Streambeats.net. 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 Streambeats.net.
Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net.
Gay your life must be.
Kookaburra gay your life must be. Kookaburra sits on the old gum tree. Merry, merry king of the bush is he. Laugh, Kookaburra, laugh. Kookaburra gay your life must be.
Down in the meadow in a little bitty pool swam 3 little fishies and a mama fishy too. Swim, said the mama fishy, swim if you can. And they swam all over the dam. Boop, boop, did-em, da-dum, wa-dum, choo! Boop, boop, did-em, da-dum, wa-dum, choo! Boop, boop, did-em, da-dum, wa-dum, choo! And they swam all over the dam.
Shoo! Come on, fishes. Time to explore. Whee! Yelled the little fishes. Here's a lot of fun. We'll swim in the sea till the day is done. So they swam and it was a lark. Till all of a sudden they met a shark. Boop, boop, did-em, da-dum, wa-dum, choo! Boop, boop, did-em, da-dum, wa-dum, choo! Boop, boop, did-em, da-dum, wa-dum, choo! Till all of a sudden they met a shark. Uh-oh, a shark? Hope he's not hungry. Help! Cried the little fishes. Look at the whales! And quick as they could, they turned on their tails. And back to the pool in the meadow they swam. And they swam back over the dam. Boop, boop, did-em, da-dum, wa-dum, choo! Boop, boop, did-em, da-dum, wa-dum, choo! Boop, boop, did-em, da-dum, wa-dum, choo! And they swam back over the dam.
Oh, look, it's Humpty sitting on his wall. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. Oh dear. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again. Come on, Humpty. Let's get back up on the wall. Are you ready? Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. Oh no! All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again. Come on, Humpty. There you go. Back up on your wall.
Hickory-dickory-dock, the mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck 1. The mouse ran down. Hickory-dickory-dock. Here comes the mouse again. You ready? Hickory-dickory-dock, the mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck 2. The mouse said boo. Hickory dickory dock. I wonder what time it is now. Let's find out. Hickory dickory dock, the mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck 3. The mouse said, "Whee!" Hickory dickory dock.
Can you do the teddy bear twist?
Come on. Are you ready? There's a little dance and it goes like this. Everybody loves to do the teddy bear twist. It's easy and it's fun and it goes like this. Everybody loves to do the teddy bear twist. Everybody. Everybody. Twist! Twist, twist. Twist, twist. Twist, twist. Everybody loves to do the teddy bear twist.
What's next?
Shaking now.
Can you do the teddy bear shake?
There's a little dance and it's really great. Everybody loves to do the teddy bear shake. It's easy and it's fun and it's really great. Everybody loves to do the teddy bear shake. Everybody. Everybody shake. Shake, shake. Come on. Shake, shake. Come on. Shake, shake. Everybody loves to do the teddy bear shake.
Twisting.
Shaking. Time for a teddy bear wiggle. There's a little dance and it's a real giggle. Everybody loves to do the teddy bear wiggle. It's easy and it's fun and it's a real giggle. Everybody loves to do the teddy bear wiggle. Everybody. Everybody. Wiggle! Wiggle, wiggle. Come on. Wiggle, wiggle. Come on. Wiggle, wiggle. Everybody loves to do the teddy bear wiggle. Let me see you do the monkey. Let me see you do the monkey. Let me see you do the monkey. I said, ooh, ah, 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 ooh, ah, 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 ooh, ooh, ah, ah, ah. Do the monkey. Can you do an elephant? I'm sure you can. Come on. Well, let me see you do the elephant. Let me see you do the elephant. Let me see you do the elephant. Come on. I said, do the elephant. How about a crocodile? Can you do a crocodile? Snap, 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 snap. Let me see you do the crocodile. Well, let me see you do the crocodile. Let me see you do the crocodile. I said, snap, 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 snap. Do the crocodile. Come for a bit of a dance now. Let me see you do the monkey. Let me see you do the monkey. Well, let me see you do the monkey. I said, ooh, ah, 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 ooh, ah, 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 ooh, ooh, ah, 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 ah. Do the monkey. Well done, monkey. Well done, elephant. Well done, crocodile.
When all the cows were sleeping and the sun had gone to bed, up jumped the scarecrow, and this is what he said.
I'm a dingle-dangle scarecrow with a flippy-floppy hat. I can shake my hands like this and shake my feet like that.
When all the hens were roosting and the moon behind a cloud, up jumped the scarecrow and shouted very loud.
I'm a dingle-dangle scarecrow with a flippy-floppy hat. I can shake my hands like this and shake my feet like that.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. You are joining us for the ANZ Magic Super Series here in beautiful sunny Sydney on Top 8 Sunday. My name's Molly Rowe and I'm here today with Tom Anderson. We are super excited to have you. How you doing, Tom?
I'm doing fantastic, Molly. It's just this regional championship, this event has been another fantastic step forward on this great road that Australian organised play has been marching down this year. It's all building up to the big payoff Spotlight Series, The Hobbit, in August this year, and this event has just been another taste of how good the organised play in this country really is. Of course, if you haven't checked out Spotlight Series Brisbane yet, we really recommend that you do. It's going to be the biggest event in Australia in years for Magic, and one of the biggest events anywhere in the world this year for Magic. All the glitz and glamour of the Spotlight Series. It'll be a modern main event as far as I can tell, but it'll also be plenty of stuff available for other people, other formats there. Just basically get in, make sure you get your ticket, get your accommodation and stuff sorted out, because this is going to be such a big deal.
All of which are available online now. We're looking at the 23rd and 24th of August in beautiful, sunshiny Brisbane. We have an incredible day of Magic set for you. We are going to be bringing you the top 8 of the standard. Cutting from 8 rounds of Swiss yesterday, we have a lineup that just will keep you on your toes all day. We are about to look at the 2 quarterfinals that we have in our coverage booth today, but the first one is a really exciting matchup. Talk to us about that, Tom.
Yeah, I really love our top 8. Lots of diverse archetypes, and this is a great example of it. We've got a 2nd place versus 7th place quarterfinal between Bant Rhythm, which took out that big tournament in Turin last week. I believe it's a very similar list. And, of course, one of the Dimir Demons, Dimir Excruciator, mid-range combo type Superior Spider-Man decks. These two also met in the Swiss, and I believe that Jacob Harvey on the Excruciator deck got the win, which is, of course, the only loss that Ben Parker took. So this is something of a grudge match, Molly, that we're going to see.
Yeah, it's incredible. As you say, Ben only took 1 loss in the Swiss, and it was to this deck. So it will be incredible to see whether or not that plays out again. The grudge match between Ben and Jacob. Do you have a pick for who's favoured here, Tom?
I want to believe that Jacob can repeat the performance. The deck's shown strong performances on coverage all weekend, but I am curious. I haven't actually seen the Bant version of this rhythm deck in the coverage area yet, and Ben's play is obviously really strong to get the 2nd seed in the tournament overall. Other than that, our quarterfinals feature Elspeth McGillivray, our top seed on Is It Lessons. We saw her in the final round of coverage yesterday, a real very smooth operator with that Is It Lessons deck that's been so consistent in standard, up against Clark Trezise. I think that's an Is It Lessons mirror, in fact, and we also have a mono green mirror between Sam Ma and Simon Linnebury. Oh, sorry, between James Drake and Ryan Johns Lewis. My apologies. Then Simon Linnebury also on mono green, our 3rd mono green player, up against Sam Ma in our other quarterfinal, Molly.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing day of Magic. Those 2 mirrors, Is It Lessons playing each other and our mono green landfall decks playing each other, just the way the standings played out means that we're going to have a really diverse semi-finals, Tom.
Yeah, can't wait for that, but of course we'll have to wait for that because first we have to get through the quarterfinals, and I wouldn't want to skip that in any case. As we mentioned, this matchup is looking really hot. Maybe will end up being the most exciting match of the day, but we'll have to wait and find out as the players are getting ready to start here.
What a way to start, though.
Absolutely. I mean, for a grudge, we advertise it as a grudge match, and obviously there is a lot riding on this, right? High stakes for these players. They have already secured their Pro Tour invite, so that's exciting, but invite to Worlds on the line, and of course, other prizes. But they are in good spirits, clearly. A lot of sort of general collegiate Magic player atmosphere in this top 8 today.
I was about to say, and to add to the grudge match, add to the flavour of the match that we're about to watch, as you can see on screen, both of these players from Good Game Strathpine, which means that they are friends. They're both from their local LGS, same players. They probably tested this deck together, tested this matchup many, many times. Let's see how it plays out. That's the best thing about Magic, is that variance means that every game that you play is unique.
That's what I love about seeing and talking to the players about where they're playing out of, where did they qualify, because it does come up so often. Yesterday, I know I was commentating with Kira Turetsky. You'll be seeing her on commentary later again today, and Kira was just over the moon at how many players are coming through who were, from her local, from plenty of games down in Melbourne where we're from, and it's so good that you can kind of count the community, see all the little pins on the map, and identify these stories of, again, as you say, 2 players who no doubt actually have a lot of experience against each other.
Yeah, it's always good to see. I think it always adds to, just the vibes. Top 8s can be really scary. As much as both of these players have already clinched their Pro Tour invites, there is a spot at the at the Worlds for the #1 player coming out of this tournament. So there's still lots to play for, not to mention the amazing prize pool on offer.
Yeah, well, while we're waiting for the two players to read the deck list, let's also do the same and make sure we can confirm what they're playing with today. Ben Parker on Bant Rhythm, of course. Bant Rhythm distinct from the more popular Teamer version of this deck. I think we've also seen some Sultai Rhythm in this tournament, but the core is green. So we've got, obviously, a lot of Mana Dorks, Badger Mole Cub, enhancing the prowess of Llanowar Elves, and Gene Pollinator, and all of that creature mana is to help power out nature's rhythm as large as possible, as soon as possible, to fetch either card draw in the form of Bright Glass, Gearhulk, and Quantum Riddler, or perhaps
the big boy.
I was going to build up to it, Molly.
Sorry.
You're going for dessert before dinner here. I was going to say we've got Ouroboros here, which standard players will know as a really convincing finisher for any go-wide deck. But we have the original go-wide finisher, the Hoof. You know, making its way all the way from your commander table to this top 8, Craterhoof Behemoth.
The ultimate beastie.
I still haven't seen it on coverage yet, so I'm so excited.
If I'm not casting my Nature's Rhythm for 9, I'm feeling sad.
Yeah.
The flavor of this deck, the ability to cast big spells, go wide, do cool things. Like, I want to be casting a Craterhoof Behemoth. I want to lay that card on the table and go boom.
Absolutely. I think everyone is naturally behind the Craterhoof deck, but I mean, Jacob Harvey is going to be some mean opposition. You know, if you're the obstacle that stands in the way of the Craterhoof, this is a pretty formidable one. We've seen Doomsday Excruciator, what it can do at the highest level of organized play, and the only thing better than Doomsday Excruciator is the Doomsday Excruciator with a more playable mana cost, and that's, you know, in this deck, that is what Superior Spider-Man amounts to. This is not the full Superior Spider-Man Elemental, Sultai Elementals Reanimator deck we saw a little bit yesterday. This is a lot more focused, but it does mean that the deck has room for a lot more control and a lot more answers. Day of Black Sun, Shoot the Sheriff, Deadly Cover-Up. We've seen all of these cards come in clutch over the course of the tournament.
Not to mention our powerhouse out of Law and Eclipse, Deceit, right? Just
Absolutely.
Such an incredible utility card, the ability to use it through multiple modes, the ability to evoke it, just such a versatile piece of this deck that sets you up for a really good late game through those controlling motions early.
Yeah, and the fact that it gives you that consistency of being an early game piece of interaction, but a late game extra threat in case you don't draw those namesake cards has really, you know, helped this deck round out its matchups.
Yeah, we've come straight into top 8 play, and we've immediately seen the standard equivalent of Bolting the Bird. So we've seen a Llanowar Elves from Ben Parker immediately hexed by Jacob Harvey.
Yeah, if you were ever the kind of person who was tempted to take mercy on your opponent's mana dorks a little bit, the presence of Badger Mole Cub in the list means you absolutely cannot afford to do that. It's potentially representing, you know, 2 or somehow even more mana as early as turn 2, and you cannot let this rhythm deck steal a march on you like that, because once they start, you know, tutoring more creatures into play, it will snowball so fast.
Yeah, absolutely. You've hit the nail on the head there, Tom. That's what this Bant Rhythm deck is aiming to do. It's go large, be in charge, and do everything as fast as possible through fast mana. We're seeing that here. Badger Mole Cub straight into land bending that island. Or,
Earthbending?
yes, sorry. Yes, land bending. Earthbending.
Earthbending that land. We got there.
Yeah.
Island bending.
Yeah, straight into a Mockingbird copying that.
Really, that should be
Badger Mole
water
Cub.
bending, right? If it's an island.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mockingbird on Badger Mole, like what a start, right? That's good that we killed one of those Llanowar Elves, or who knows what could have happened there. That other Llanowar Elf would be about to be, you know, tapping for 3 mana. We saw the Earthbending land, that island able to produce blue-green in order to, of course, power out the Mockingbird. And I feel like the Mockingbird is a big part of why, it's weird to say that this blue card is why the deck is splashing white, but this has to be the premier Bright Glass Gearhulk target, right?
Yes, absolutely, right. The ability to then copy that Gearhulk, the ability to just
That's so gross.
duplicate any capability that you have on the field, and there are so many targets for that in this Bant Rhythm deck, so many uniquely, individually powerful cards.
And here we see the namesake powerful card, Nature's Rhythm. I mean, it's a great tutoring effect, right? There's sort of almost Court of Calling. You can go and get something that costs X or less, and this deck is so focused on mana generation, it usually has no issue producing enough to pay the, you know, the extra tax of the green.
Yeah,
and then
absolutely. We saw all of those lands and creatures just tap for 6 immediately, right? And beautiful Ouroboros now pumping the whole team.
Yeah, it's even more egregious when you have a card like Ouroboros, which the impact, I mean, 4 mana is not a small cost, but the impact it has immediately upon entering play is so massive. It feels like a steal, even at 6 mana effectively, that we've just paid for it.
When you have so much mana, like this Bant Rhythm deck often does, Rhythm just accounts for being extra copies of all your good stuff, right?
Yeah.
It's just the ability to search up whatever you need because money is no option.
Yeah.
Mana is no option.
So now we're going to see Superior Spider-Man. This could be a bit of a desperation play, but Jacob Harvey does have tools in his deck to recover from a very oppressive board state like this. We do have sweepers in the main. Here, Superior Spider-Man, though, is just buying time and maybe even getting a little bit of mana to get towards something like a big Day of Black Sun or Deadly Cover-Up, since it is apparently a copy of Badgermole Cub.
It's a copy of Badgermole Cub. I'm expecting probably a Deadly Cover-Up.
That would be ideal. If you're rooting for Jacob, I mean, I guess these are both Good Game Strathpine representatives, but if Jacob is your #1 best friend and Ben's #2, you're hoping that this is Deadly Cover-Up for sure, because this is a crazy start from Ben.
And that is, you know, the weakness of some of these Bant Rhythm decks is that they are open to sweepers. Thankfully, the land does come back and hit the field. You don't get completely wiped out.
That's what I was about to say. It's one thing I was about to say. Well, of course, as a go wide deck, they're really committed to this board state, and if you can reset it, but they get 2 of those creatures back because those lands will at least re-enter play as mana sources, which means they've only really spent 2 cards because that Ouroboros got rhythmed into play, and that rhythm isn't even completely spent itself, right? Harmonize is online from the graveyard at any time. So actually, for how impressive this board state is and the pressure it puts on Jacob, Ben has barely committed anything at all.
Yep, and still has a hand with 3 cards in it and also a rhythm in the graveyard, which just means, oh, we're just seeing an attack by the looks of it.
Yeah, first, let's see how much damage this ends up doing. Jacob is going to definitely want to block, even though that does take you off the extra mana from the Cub. I mean, is this a lethal attack already this early on?
I believe it's for 16.
Yeah, just 1 short.
But it does necessitate, well, it doesn't necessitate a block. Jacob Harvey can choose to go to 1. That's true.
It's a tough decision. If you've got the 5th land in hand, I think it makes it a lot clearer, but...
Yeah, I mean, he does have a 4/4. It would make sense to at least make a single block here, although all of those creatures represent 4 damage, and therefore he will lose his Spider-Man. And therefore his Badgermole Cub, and therefore his ability potentially to cast a Deadly Cover-Up if he doesn't have an untapped land in his hand.
The trade here is for Llanowar Elves if you want one, or I guess you could block one of the lands, but...
Yeah, I think it depends. Do you have that cover-up in hand, right?
True. The cover-up on the lands is also interesting if you can somehow get the land into the graveyard. We've seen the interaction happen, I think, at least once this tournament where you're able to exile all copies of land from your opponent's deck. But actually, it seems that Jacob Harvey might not have... Of course, we were spinning at that up on the ideal assumption that Jacob was ready with the 5th mana and a board wipe in hand. Even then, you're on such a low life total, and Jacob just says, look, I know when I'm beat. Let's just try going to game 2. And that's the edge that the seeding gives you, you know, on Ben Parker's side. Especially with a deck like this, we can jump out to such a lead when you're on the play.
Yeah, the ability to be on the play based on standings from top 8 is really important, and one of the clinches for a lot of these top 8 games. We know that we'll see that for Elspeth McIlrae, who will have the 1st seed and therefore the choice in every game 1 that she plays in the next top 8.
Yeah, but looking at this current match still, Jacob... Probably on the more reactive of the 2 decks, you'd assume that he gets a lot more out of the sideboarding. Hopefully, given how that game 1 went, you can kind of bolster your chances, have at least better odds of getting the key, you know, board wipe or maybe the spot removal into hand. Yeah. I mean, we did see Jacob with some interaction in that game 1. Is there any question of how it was spent? Like, there were a couple of key removal spells there, and obviously it's a target-rich environment. Maybe bolting the bird effectively on turn 1 wasn't the key if, you know, your opponent was still able to produce all that mana and kill you on, you know, turn 4 or 5.
Yeah, having saved the Hex for the Badgermole Cub would have meant that there was no target for the Mockingbird, and therefore not quite as much mana acceleration. Considering Ben played 3 total lands and would have then had 2 elves in play, he still could have done most of the things that he did just on a slightly slower turn scale. So it really does depend on what was in Jacob's hand. Jacob may have had a sweeper even, but it could have been a Day of Black Sun and therefore wouldn't have hit the Ouroboros and would have still died on the next turn. So
yeah, that is an issue you raise with Day of Black Sun against a deck that is specifically ramping out high-cost creatures, that it may not actually clean up the board as well as you'd like, since you're not really able to produce that kind of mana acceleration to pay the X. So maybe Jacob is going to try swapping that out, or it seems like maybe the answer here has to be trading some of our spot removal for counter magic, because the rhythm is the key card that you need to get rid of. We'll see what the approach ends up being, but for now, we've got Flash Freeze at least. That looks like an easy answer in out of the side. We've seen that already do a lot of work this weekend, the anti-green color hate. Other than that, I'm not sure. Would you bring in something like Intimidation Tactics to try and take cards like Badgermore Cub out of hand before they have any impact?
Look, I think there's quite a lot of hand disruption sitting here in Jacob Harvey's sideboard, and I think that is an avenue that's particularly effective against this kind of deck. Obviously, putting our Harmonize card into the graveyard is not always a good solution, but any of the other components of this deck that would just allow, if Ben does have a really fast start, allow him to just play those naturally. You don't really want people hard casting Craterhoof Behemoths on you. It doesn't matter how that beastie gets on the field, you still don't want it there.
Yeah, Jacob's surprisingly light on graveyard interaction, considering the amount that other players in this event are running. So only the one strategic betrayal there as an answer to the Harmonize, but that's obviously not the main axis you want to attack this deck on. Flipping over to Ben Parker's sideboard, we've seen Sirac Elusive Hunter be a great card against the blue and black decks for various green strategies at this event. Other than that, there's some interesting options. Two Sage of the Skies in the sideboard is kind of cute. I don't think it's for this matchup, but it's cool to see the Bant part of the deck show up a bit more in the side.
Yeah, Ben does, however, have 2 Soul Guide Lanterns, which I imagine Snap includes in this
The Graveyard
matchup.
Hate, very good for Ben here, yes.
Yeah. Also, I'd consider the Spider Sense just to, fizzle any of that spot removal that Jacob does choose to keep in. This is one of the really interesting elements of playing against somebody that you're familiar with, who you may have played many times. You probably know their sideboard strategy as well. It's not just open deck list, it's also what choices are your opponents going to make. And when you know your opponent relatively well, you probably played this matchup a few times, you get to play 3D chess here of they're going to make this choice, am I then going to inform my own sideboard choices on that? So, for instance, if Ben knows that Jacob's going to take out all his spot removal, you don't put your Spider Senses in.
Although the Spider Sense does still have one other usage in the matchup. You can't fizzle the trigger of the Spider-Man copying things because it enters as.
Not a trigger
we had some players, had to clarify that yesterday, but you can at least counter the Excruciator ability, which the Dimir Demon's deck, I don't think it needs to win that way, but it is obviously in the deck as a win condition, so being able to stifle that trigger is really important sometimes.
My opponent exiling my whole library bar 6 cards is definitely a trigger I would like to stifle, so look, that's a really good point.
We've also seen players do some really cool stuff with the web slinging clause on Spider Sense this event, even sort of pseudo countering an uncounterable removal spell or otherwise avoiding removal by bouncing their tapped creature to hand to pay the alternate cost. Even if that's not actually what they're countering, you kind of get the extra value or to reset a creature's ETB. It's really strong.
Yeah, no, I love that. It's a really good point.
Okay, so our players do appear to be resolving their mulligans here. Looks like neither of them are in love with their opener. Ben's
immediately going back.
Yeah, just no, not at all. I guess with a combo deck, you can afford to be a little bit choosy, right?
Yes, and you definitely want to be. There's so much utility, as we said. There's so much redundancy in this deck between the Rhythm and the Mockingbird. Mockingbird. You have opportunities to duplicate the cards that you do have as well. So just additional copies of things that you want.
That's it. I guess it is also the nature of toolbox decks sometimes. If your opener, if you draw those one-ofs instead of your ramp and rhythm, that's probably the kind of hand you want to send back. Because there are situations where Bright Glass Gear Hulk is not what you need to be doing.
Yeah, I don't want 4 lands and a Craterhoof Behemoth and a Bright Haskell Gear Hulk. That's not the hand I'm looking for.
The Craterhoof is my friend. He's here to watch over me during this game.
Yeah, I don't want an emotional support Craterhoof in my hand. I'd like that card in my deck until I'm ready for it, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, especially since it's only a one-off, right? Drawing that card is actually kind of a terrible beating for Ben, but I'm sure that he's got ways to play around it.
Right, we're leading out with the Swamp from Jacob, strongly representing a Hex.
So straight, he was so ready. That Hex was in hand.
Yeah.
Neither player making, these are just kind of the opening salvo is pretty set from both players, right? Ben is going to want to deploy a Mana Dork Tome on every game. Jacob is going to want to ideally remove that every game, passes that kind of first test in slowing Ben's roll, but Ben is not hesitating for a moment. Here's Badgermole, second requiring Hex. So Jacob, so far, this is looking like what you need. Only black mana so far, but there we are, able to add the Verge. And stock up. Great start.
Yeah, we're seeing a Deceit, a Spider-Man, an Excruciator, another stock up.
Multiversal Passage, I think, was the last card.
Okay, awesome.
So, that's a great 5 cards. Really, anything you'd want there other than, I suppose, more removal. But
that's the 5 I want to see off my stock up, just
pretty
personally.
Close. Yeah, I guess the Deceit's more removal. So really, yeah, no notes. All questions answered. What does Jacob actually want to add to hand? It looks like he's got nowhere to run, so that's come in from the side, but we didn't really touch on that. But that is, if you need to bulk up your early game removal, which you clearly do, right? You can't always draw 2 hexes. Jacob actually has even more ammo where that came from.
Yeah, being a low-cost ability to keep your opponent down off their early plays is super valuable. The only addition to that 5 in that stock up that I would have liked to see is a Risen Reef that Jacob would then get to put on the bottom of his library in case he does get to get off the Excruciator combo.
Ah, yeah, okay.
That was the Christopher Larson special from most recent Pro Tour Lord Eclipsed, putting those Risen Reefs on the bottom of his deck through stock ups and then casting that Excruciator.
It's a pretty cool interaction, but it is something that we should highlight, right? That's sort of an underrated part of Stock Up. It's one of those cards that does so many good things already that you can easily miss one more thing that it does for this deck, which is, as you say, rigging the bottom of your library. Doomsday Excruciator is not actually the card Doomsday. It does not shuffle your library. It does not allow you to look at your library. And so the bottom 5 cards when you cast it are the bottom 5 cards that are left when you exile the rest. And if you can stock up strategically, you can kind of create your own Doomsday pile.
Look, you made an excellent call with Surek coming in from the sideboard here, Tom. So we've clearly seen that happen from Ben, and Surek hitting the field, unable to be countered and therefore guaranteed to hit the field, but not necessarily long for this world. We can see that there's a Shoot the Sheriff, and we know that there is the removal enchantment that we mentioned.
Nowhere to run.
Thank you, nowhere to run.
I mean,
nowhere to hide.
It's one of those interactions where I don't know which player feels best about that, right? Like, on the one hand, yes, I can kill that Surak immediately, feels good to have the answer. On the other hand, it's a card that you bring in from your sideboard specifically because it trades well with removal.
Yeah, and drawing a card off of that is not bad. It either survives or it draws itself back.
But you can't not target it because then it also benefits every other creature that way. So it's sort of like, okay, I'm going to give you the card draw you wanted as soon as possible. And we're both going to sort of nod and go about our day.
I think we probably see a Nowhere to Hide here. Just in Ben Parker's end step. Just because it's situational, you know, it doesn't hit Ouroboros super well if Ouroboros gets a counter, although it can interact with it before that counter hits if you've got the mana that turn.
Yeah, but it's just the natural inclination to, I've got 2 mana to spend on this 2 mana removal. As you say, it's not universal removal, so may as well use it on the target that it hits. And it also has that extra benefit, right? I'm not sure if it'll come up in this matchup, but Nowhere to Run turns off your opponent's ward and hexproof just by sitting in place. So being an enchantment is relevant here, at least in some matchups some of the time.
Yep, and we're seeing Transversal Passage come in on Island, taking the 3 damage to play that untapped.
Yeah, both players.
We saw a main phase Hex, which just meant that land returned to the battlefield, tapped that turn, which just cut Ben Parker off of his 3rd land.
Yeah, it always feels bad that they get the land back after Earthbending, but at least, as you say, if you can time it strategically, you can take them off some mana for the turn. Jacob with a pretty fast draw go there does deploy the Reef, so a creature land available.
You're attacking with your Lano or else something else has gone wrong.
Yeah, this is not a great look for Ben Parker. I mean, obviously Jacob has helped put Ben in this spot by gunning down all those early creatures, but just the Gene Pollinator and the Elves in play, this is, I guess, the worst spot the Bant deck can be, and you don't have any of the Haymakers, it seems, available right now.
Yeah, a little bit low on gas right this
second.
second.
That makes it look much worse. Harvester of Misery, hard cast here. Haven't seen that all weekend. Normally just another, funny-looking spot removal spell in the deck, but here it can ETB. And there's the Spider out of the sideboard. Didn't pick up on that potential usage, but that comes in clutch here, countering the ETB trigger and at least keeping those Mana Dorks alive to potentially fuel a Nature's Rhythm on Ben's turn.
Very exciting. As much as Ben appears to be out of gas here, what that does mean is that every draw is live.
Yes, yeah, at least you have all the mana. As soon as you draw a relevant card, other than maybe Cradlehoof, since it's just so expensive, you are going to be immediately back in this game. So Jacob, I think that the Harvester shows he knows, like, this is his time to take advantage of. If that had resolved, you'd be in an incredible spot. As it is, you're still 1 Superior Spider-Man, 1 Doomsday Excruciator away, although I suppose right now you don't quite have the 5 black, thanks to that passage on blue.
Yes. In Ben's defense as well, though, is 1 untapped land away from that Cradlehoof being a good draw.
Is Cradlehoof a good draw if you have to tap out all your other creatures to pay for it?
Be quiet, Tom.
Oh, look,
no, it absolutely is.
It's still a massive creature, so it probably is a good draw, I'll be honest. I don't know.
It absolutely is, but it's not the Haymaker that you would like it to be. You're entirely correct. He would have an untapped one untapped creature in that instance.
Yeah,
But-
it would be it'd be a better draw than a land or another mana dog. I think Ben would be very happy to
Oh,
see a
Ochre
Cradle.
Leash.
That's pretty happy as well. That's another sideboard card that we didn't really discuss. I think a lot of people have highlighted the relevance of this card in, say, like the Spelementals matchup where the Changeling clause on Oko is an upside. But yeah, I think Ben just identifying this is potentially a slower matchup. My main combo is going to be disrupted. So I'm going to, on the scale of mid-range deck to synergy deck, including a card like this that's just great on its own, doesn't need support from your other cards, means that if you get disrupted early on, you have this really strong top deck. And I really like that.
Yeah, I think that that's a really good inclusion here from Ben, understanding that it's quite likely that against a control matchup, these games are going to go a little bit long, and you do want more diverse threats than just your creature-based strategy.
Now, Ben, taking a moment to really pause here, because obviously after the last couple of turns, which has sort of seemingly been draw, land, go, now you have play. Now you have some decisions to make. And even though you're a game up in this matchup, you don't want to let your opponent back into the best of three. So,
Yeah. We are just creating a quick changeling indicator there just to show that we've targeted the Llanowar Elves and the tick up from Oko.
so now it's back to Jacob again. Still Jacob's time in the matchup, it seems, to take advantage. But that Oko does put a little bit more pressure on you, right? You're now really regretting that there's random blockers standing around the way of your Harvester.
Yes, absolutely. And once Oko flips, we will have an Elky problem.
Yeah, I don't know how many. There were probably some people who were happy to see Oko again and the Elks again, but it's really become such a shared psychic wound for Magic players who were around during the original Thief of Crowns run that even the mere sight of an Oko may fill them with dread.
I am one of those people.
I am also one of those people, to be fair. Yeah, Jacob's going to take a chance to reread this Oko, especially because it has two sides, of course. This is part of that Lorwyn cycle where you can pay 1 mana of the off color to flip it, so Ben will definitely have access to that. Plenty of mana on Ben's side.
Yeah, and both green and blue. Yeah, the changeling the changeling addition to the Llanowar Elf not particularly relevant in general.
Jacob
but,
goes face here.
Yeah.
Determines that the Oko is not the premium threat, or at the very least, the best way to control the Oko is to simply slay Oko's master. Ben down to 5 life, doesn't block. Nerves of steel here. And Deceit.
We're seeing Deceit evoked on the black element, which
That's interesting.
acts as a duress. Oh, we've seen Craterhoof out of hand.
Okay. So that Jacob had the mana to evoke both sides of the... Oh, I guess you can only evoke it for one side. My apologies. You can't quite cast it for both sides. Being 1 mana short, that's an awkward spot to be in.
Yeah. Yep, definitely I would be choosing the black one in this instance as well.
Well, you could have bounced the
options.
Oko.
Could have, yes. I don't think he, having read the back end of Oko is particularly worried in this instance. Seems to be quite controlling of the game.
Jacob not in our club of the sort of Okophobia player base. Willing to brave this green side of Oko, which is going to print some blockers, it looks like. I mean, that's relevant. You only have this one grounded attacker, so gumming up the board for Ben is going to buy crucial time. As you said before, every top deck live. We mourn the loss of the Craterhoof, but there are plenty of other Nature's Rhythm targets available in this Bant deck.
Yes, exactly. We've got 3/3 elk tokens.
Seems like it's really just coming down to which player can draw a really high impact spell first. Like, they obviously both have cards available, but neither of them has been making, massive moves so far.
Yeah, it's, Jacob's got 4 cards in hand, I believe. So playing those close to his chest right now, making some really critical decisions about what needs to go.
So shooting the Sheriff there, I think before any other thing, you can't shoot the Changeling creatures, right? Because it's a typal targeting removal spell. Asked to read the Craterhoof. It's interesting here, like, why now pull the trigger on that removal spell? You're just sick of holding on to it? Because that Pollinator's been a live target for a long while.
Yeah. I mean, we're potentially seeing a read the Craterhoof here for Superior Spider-Man targeting Craterhoof Behemoth.
That would be a reason to thin out the available blockers for sure.
It is a dangerous thing to have a Craterhoof Behemoth in the graveyard for Van Parker right now, when Jacob Harvey's strategy in general has the ability to target both graveyards.
Another reason why you're potentially very unhappy to draw the Craterhoof naturally. It makes it vulnerable to a hit from Deceit, and now even potentially being used against you by Superior Spider-Man. There it is.
There it is. We're seeing Superior Spider-Man. Do we have a Spider Sense countering that trigger? Oh, no, sorry. We discussed earlier that trigger is not counterable. Would be able to counter the Crater Hoof Behemoth.
That's an important one. I would
trigger.
still fire off the Spider Sense if I had it, but Ben is sitting on his hands right now. Might have to just grin and bear it. So a mild but still significant +2/+2 and trample to both these creatures. And of course, the Superior Spider-Man retains its 4/4 size, I believe, but that's still a 6/6 hasty trampler. And you're going up against, I think, a Menace haste trample now Harvester for 7 power. So this is a pretty lethal attack.
Yeah, 7/7 trample Menace and 6/6 trample.
What does Ben have? No, nothing. Wow, Jacob with the clutch play there. And that's... shows great improvisation, right? Like you can't have that be your game plan going into the match of, I will simply blind hit my opponent's Crater Hoof out of hand with my Deceit and then capitalize. But just clearly has the reps on this deck to know when it's the right time to use Superior Spider-Man on your opponent's cards, and has done it both games so far.
Yeah, it's an option, right? That card is incredibly versatile in terms of, you are executing your own strategy. You have a deck built around bringing back huge threats that you didn't want to pay full price for, but your opponents are playing good cards, and it would be remiss of you not to be looking at those graveyards.
Yeah, a lot of decks are playing really expensive, nasty creatures, and the fact that you get not only, well, you get some of the stats as the 4/4 Spider-Man, but you get their abilities, which in 2026 in Magic, the text on the creatures is almost always the juicy part. That's what you're trying to get at here. So interesting to see some of the sideboarding, at least from these players. I don't know if it'll change based on whether you're on the play or not. I feel like Jacob being back on the draw for Game 3, maybe if you weren't already running Intimidation Tactics, just having another 1-mana play that has a chance to break up your opponent's nut draw might become attractive.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think being on the play now, if Ben didn't already kind of take out any of the low-cost spot removal pieces that he might be running, he would do that now. Those seam rips, I imagine, came out. I'd probably be taking out the Melstrider's Resolve.
Yeah. Would you leave one in, perhaps? Assuming you are leaving Bright Glass Gearhulk in, which look, we don't know he is, but assuming that that's in there, do you leave one around? Because those seem like the main reasons to be on Bright Glass Gearhulk. Those are the key 1-drops.
Yeah, look, that's a really good point. Gearhulk is still just a body.
It's a 4/4 first striker, which is pretty great.
It's hard to hard cast, but because you're generally casting it with your rhythm, you're not worried about the mana constraints as much, and therefore, it can just be valuable. You can still pick up your Mockingbird with it, so yes.
Yeah, that's true. You could take out all the removal and still have it go and get 2 Mockingbirds, or even, Mockingbird plus another 1-drop is still fine. Still a 4-mana, 4/4 first strike trample that draws 2 cards.
Yeah, and remember, you're often casting your rhythm the first time for setup cards, and then casting it the second time with Harmonize out of your graveyard for your clincher, your Crater Hoof Behemoth.
I can't believe I briefly overlooked this, actually, but probably the first thing you're going to go and get in this matchup specifically with the Gearhulk is Soul Guide Lantern.
Yeah.
Because it's also your 1-mana sideboard card here. Being able to tutor that up is super great.
I could totally see doing that, for sure.
I believe it gets almost any type of permanent. So Bright Glass Gearhulk's such an amazing card.
Yeah, up to 2 artifact creatures and or enchantment cards with mana value 1 or less.
Yeah, I happen to know some great evangelists of Bright Glass Gearhulk, so I've been forced to become familiar. Shout out to all of the Gearhulk enjoyers. And if you're not on Gearhulk, I mean, this Bant Rhythm deck's been lighting up the standings in Standard. Maybe if you're on the Team version and you found the performance disappointing, consider a green-white artifact creature in your life soon.
As we said earlier, a very similar list to this took down RC Turin just last weekend. So
and yeah, I mean,
it is getting good reps at the competitive tables.
Yeah, when you see a deck not be the dominant form in terms of play rate, but still putting up big numbers, that's when you maybe know something special's happening. Or it could just be player skill. I mean, Ben Parker's pretty incredible, as you can see from this match already. If you're just joining us and you haven't seen Ben's play in the first 2 games, this is Game 3 of our first quarterfinal here. The other quarterfinals are happening concurrently, but we're watching this one because this is where the action is. There's the Intimidation Tactics.
Ooh,
Who could have predicted
targets.
that? No targets is rough, though.
Yeah, so, we saw Ben play the slightly more expensive bird in Spider Manifestation, which was immediately bolted by the Hex, followed up by an Intimidation Tactics, which unfortunately found no targets, only a land, 2 rhythms, and an Oko. I was worried there for a second that we didn't have a second land from Jacob, but we did.
I mean, there is a spider manifestation in the graveyard for Ben. So
Oh, yeah, it was hexed.
Of course. So, I mean, in that case, the fact that your opponent kept a hand with one creature into the removal spell and then you can confirm there's no follow-up, just kind of a greedier hand. This Oko is scary, but I feel like, Jacob, you don't mind missing with that discard spell. My opponent had no cards I wanted to get rid of. Oh, well.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he would have loved to take Oko Leech, Lorwyn Leech out of that hand, but was just unable to with the constraints of the spell that he'd cast. But Oko notably able to tick up even without a creature target. Up to 1 target creature gains all creature types means that 0 is a reasonable option.
Yeah, I feel like that's almost every Planeswalker's templated that way, just to avoid the massive feel bad if you happen to not have a target available. There's enough going on with your Planeswalkers, that you don't need that downside. But Jacob, it's interesting. This deck doesn't really have a lot of Planeswalker answers, other than Deceit, which is pretty universal. I feel like most decks have had some flexibility in their removal. We've seen a lot of Get Lost. We've seen a lot of other, multi-type targeting spells. Not this time.
We're seeing a Keen-Eye Curator right now from Ben Parker, which is a great graveyard disruption spell.
Yeah.
Oh, creature, I should say. The ability to exile target card from graveyard at instant speed for 1 colorless mana. That very cute little raccoon also immediately becoming a changeling off of Oko, who did not flip last turn.
Yeah, so now it avoids that Shoot the Sheriff as well. Ben Parker, a little bit of a wry smile on that. That's a one-of Keen-Eyed Curator out of the sideboard. There are a couple in the main, but it's clearly, one of the tutor targets where in the matchups where you really want it, it's a great thing to go and get with your, Nature's Rhythm. But the fact that you can just pull it on command is pretty impressive.
Yeah, look, notably Ben constrained by his mana base here, so unable to flip Oko and cast the double green spell in the same turn.
It does mean that you get to uptick Oko's loyalty a bit more before it flips, which is not the worst thing in the world.
You can always flip it back, which is sick. But yes, look, not often is green a limiting constraint in this Bant Rhythm deck, but we just found the one instance there.
I do think it's interesting, even though Oko is now ticked up enough that you could potentially ultimate it, on the other side it has a -6. It gives you a buff to a particular creature type. You get a permanent emblem, which is really huge. I almost still think that we're looking for the card selection part of that Oko. The mill 3 and then put a permanent card back into hand. Jacob, in the meantime, fires off the single target Day of Black Sun. All of that just for the Keen-Eyed Curator, but I mean, anyone who's seen the Raccoon in action knows that's worth it.
Yeah, it's that is a mainstay in many different formats, that cute raccoon.
We do see the ultimate, it looks like?
That is what we see.
Wow. Okay, so I wonder what the creature type being chosen is here, because obviously Oko makes things changeling, so the intent of the card is that you can say elk if you want, and any other creatures you can just make elks, but with the empty board here, I am kind of curious to see what Ben picks.
Yeah, it could be something as generic as Beast for Craterhoof Behemoth. It could be Elf. There are many elves in this deck. Could be Badger.
I suppose, unfortunately, I guess the one thing about the earthbending interaction is it doesn't sort of grant a creature type to your lands, so can't buff those unless Oko changelingifies them with the other side. But other than that, yeah, there's not really any redundant types in the deck. I guess maybe Ouroboros is the best name, just to boost the power, because that then multiplies with Ouroboros' effect. Although if you have an Ouroboros in play, you really don't need much more, gas in that tank.
I am looking across Ben Parker's deck list right now for potential targets while we wait to find out from table what was named. But there is no consistency of creature type.
There's no doubles at all?
No.
Yeah.
Across any of these different creatures that are present in this deck.
Sphinx,
we have
Spider, Avatar.
Yeah, we have Spider, Avatar, Sphinx, Plant, Worm, Bird, Bard, Elf, Druid, Raccoon, Scout, Badger, Mole,
Robot, Insect.
Construct, Robot, Insect, and Beast. Wow.
Now,
you would think that by accident you would have doubled up once.
That's almost impressive. That's like a commander theme deck. Like, I'm not repeating any types. Even in the sideboard, we got. I know it's not
You've
for this
got
matchup.
Elemental Cat. You've got
Elemental
Human Warrior. Technically, if Ben brought in the Sage of the Skies and the Surak from the sideboard, he would have two human targets.
Oh, boring humans, always ruining the day. Even the curator's a Raccoon Scout. I would have thought it was a Druid. There you go. Today I've learned.
No, yep. It's, yep, the raccoon is a scout and the Llanowar elf is a druid, and therefore no overlap.
I'm a little bit sad we haven't seen Yugra Eater of All. That's one of my favorite cards in Standard right now. It's a bit tricky to fit into some lists, but it's a great answer to I assume it's in here for the aggro matchups, right? Because it effectively says whenever a creature dies, you gain 3 life.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is probably not the matchup for it as a result. Such a fun card, though. We got the scaling there on that. I mean, there's some reason to pick it up here. I think we've seen that Ben maybe is lacking a few haymakers. We saw the Oko come in from the sideboard for that reason, right? To give you another high-impact draw. So it looks like the players are potentially being ready to resume play.
Just having a quick discussion here, just figuring out what we want to do. We've got a Risen Reef entering tapped from Jacob Harvey.
Yeah. I mean, this is the deciding game 3. Take all the time you need to think. These are untimed games, which is there is a judge watching to ensure that, you know, slow play is picked up on and that everyone is sort of taking game actions at a reasonable pace. But you have now more than ever the opportunity to really make sure you think through your lines. And what a great hit off that Deceit.
Wow, double Rhythm and Ouroboros. You know, Rhythm being a difficult one for Ben Parker, stuck in hand right now, just with a lack of mana accelerants happening and only 4 lands on the battlefield.
If that was a top deck Deceit for Jacob Harvey, what timing to have it hit the discard spells like just as your opponent picks up a potential play and one of the biggest single hits right in the deck. We're just talking Ouroboros. Potentially, if Ben knew that was in hand, potentially the beneficiary of the Oko emblem would be a massive draw.
I imagine that whatever was named with the Oko emblem was a strong signal that maybe an Ouroboros existed in hand and might have been a trigger for Jacob, or, you know, maybe Jacob just never didn't have it and ripped it off the top.
Yeah, I mean, right now, even with that Oko emblem, which is pretty impressive, it's a tough spot for Ben Parker. I mean, maybe
we're seeing a rip for a Rhythm for 2, targeting Badgermore Cub.
Creature control of the chosen type. Okay. Have something in hexproof. I don't know if that. I don't know if the creature type's indicated there.
Of the emblem
being
not the
in play.
Type.
Yeah. If it wasn't Worm, I reckon it would probably be Elk. But regardless, it doesn't seem to be affecting play right now. As we see Badgermore Cub hit the table, that's a decent draw. At least Ben, you know, could be a land, right? There's way worse things to pick up in this spot. Now you have a few more creatures on board. You have any creature in play is a significant boost to the harmonizability of the Rhythm that's in the graveyard right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So it was rhythmed for, he rhythmed for the Badgermore Cub.
Yeah.
So definitely a good choice there. Obviously, it was all that Ben Parker could do, although he did also have the opportunity to Rhythm for 1, pick up a Mana Dork, and flip his Oko instead.
I don't mind this choice. Like, the Badgermore Cub is just so much better than, you know,
emblem named Badger. We've just
named
been notified.
Badger. Okay, that's some impressive foresight, considering that the emblem came down like a turn or so ago, and the Badgermore
well, it came
wasn't
down a turn ago, and he did have 2 Rhythms in hand, which we did know about from the original
yeah.
Intimidation tactic. So I think he was always planning to Rhythm for a Cub.
It shows that I do not know the mind of Ben Parker, because I would not be sitting there thinking these Rhythms are definitely going to go and get a Badgermore Cub. Like, it's a good backup plan, right? But to me, this seems almost like a desperation play of accepting that the deck is not being kind to you today. You need to get moving. You need to put some pressure on Jacob Harvey. What's the best thing I can Rhythm for with my limited mana? It's a Cub. But that's a whole different world from pumping it with the Oko emblem. And now you're going to be severely punished for putting that emblem on Badger. Here's a devious cover-up, and it does look like we're collecting evidence. So what is Jacob going to delete from Ben's library? Is it Rhythm? Is it Cub? Is it Ouroboros?
Got options for both. So, any of those 3.
Any card from your opponent's graveyard could become the target here, and this is such a haymaker.
This is a huge decision here from Jacob. I'm not. He does have access to deck lists, so he knows that Oko is a 2 of.
Saying the land.
Okay.
So we've seen this interaction particularly against mono green. If you can somehow get a forest into their graveyard, you can really hamstring the landfall deck by deleting a majority of their lands. There's no protective non-land clause on this effect from Deadly Cover-Up. It feels slightly less bad, I think.
Yeah, I think it's interesting not to take a Cub or the Rhythm.
Jacob didn't even deliberate that long. Like, this was a pretty decisive choice to take out the green-blue Verges.
With the emblem on Cub and the fact that, you know that there's another Rhythm in hand, either the ability to take that Rhythm out of hand and out of graveyard for its harmonize ability, or to take all of the cubs out of the deck.
If you take the harmonize, I suppose you are shouting Ben Parker a redraw, because it does have a protective clause to stop you ripping your opponent's hand apart and leaving them with nothing.
Yes, that's true, but I mean,
The signature card of the deck, right?
Exactly,
Like
yeah,
you might think it's worth it.
Rhythm is the namesake, and Rhythm is what's going to empower Ben to do more things later into this game.
I agree with not taking it out in this spot, just because I think the evidence has been in this game so far. Ben has been holding a bunch of rhythms, and they've gotten him nowhere.
Never have I been sadder about the fact that we don't get to do player interviews in between the qualifiers.
True.
I want to know what Jacob is thinking. I want to know where this choice comes from. Because like with so many options, I can't say that I would know what to choose here in this situation.
Absolutely, I love to learn.
I want to know more.
Yeah, did a Willow Rush Verge perhaps, bully you as a child or, burn your house down? Like, what have you got against this card? Doesn't like the art in the showcase version, maybe?
I think it's relevant. Like, he did put Ben Parker down to 3 mana on board and knows that he's got no land in hand. So
yeah.
If Jacob is confident that he can remove the cub next turn, he's in a good position.
Well, Ben Parker, for someone who didn't have anything to do just a turn or two ago, seemingly, this is a pretty impressive response. We'll see immediately whether Jacob regrets not exiling all the Badger Maul cubs, because that Badger Maul cub just added, what, 6 power to the battlefield? That is a 5/5 Vigilant Badger Maul cub, I believe, if that emblem is indeed on Badger.
That is true, it is on Badger.
And getting the extra card draw off the Quantum Riddler as well. Finally, Jacob. Okay, Jacob Harvey. Maybe this would be a reason not to take a key card out of the graveyard. Copying the Ouroboros, great choice.
Yeah.
4 counters immediately on that. So,
and, so that is a very, very good reason not to have made that choice.
And Intimidation Tactics, just check what you drew off the Quantum Riddler. And unfortunately for Jacob this time, there is no juicy Cradle Hoof in hand. We're going to see lands and rhythms. Again, feel all right about saying that, but now that Badger Maul cub is boosted up by the emblem. That basically, it turns on the rhythms in the graveyard at the very least.
Yeah, for sure. So we're seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana available for Ben Parker. Meaning that Rhythm can start to go fetch things. We might be seeing a Mockingbird for cub, maybe?
That would be really good,
It would be a really good choice here, because obviously that would also, as a copy of cub, then get the boost from the emblem as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's the clutch thing about the Oko emblem in this deck, is that you not only have the changeling potential, but you have these copy effects. So, and the tutors as well means that you can get out whichever creature you do want to set the emblem to with surprising consistency.
Instead, we just see a straight-up rhythm for another cub. Apparently, 5/5 cubs are just good enough, which I totally agree with.
They're pretty good, right? Which is why, I mean, again, we will wait and see. Jacob Harvey's players carried him all the way here to the quarterfinals, and I'm just so interested in that choice to exile the Verge before. Now you're sitting here stoically staring down 10 power of Badger Maul cubs and their Earthbent friends. It's a lot to deal with. What does Jacob have as an answer? We've already seen one Day of Black Sun fired off. That was earlier in the game just to kill the Graveyard Hate piece, Keen-Eyed Curator. Definitely justifiable. But now you kind of want to hit another one as soon as you can.
We can see 2 cards in hand from Jacob Harvey right now, so maybe he's just confident that he's got those answers.
Second Deadly cover-up?
Yeah, look, if you fire off the first one, you feel justified in dropping Ben down to 3 land and go, I can come back from this, I've got another thing coming for you. Maybe that's where the choices come from.
If you can hit a second cover-up and exile a different land out of the sort of the deck-thinning mana denial strategy, I would super respect that. But we'll wait and see what does Jacob actually have access to.
If
on
only
his
we
turn.
had perfect information.
If
that
only.
would be lovely.
But hey, on the plus side, not being able to see the hands keeps us in suspense, as well as you at home hopefully are enjoying not knowing exactly how this one's going to come down. It's a lot on the line here. Game 3 in our quarterfinals here. It's only a best of 3. Only one of these players will move on in the single elim, finals playoff. And right now, the match hangs in the balance. An 8/8 Superior Spider-Man staring down multiple gigantic Badger Maul cubs.
We are about to see that Spider-Man tick up to 16/16, however, so...
Ben does kind of need to find an answer.
Yeah, it's, I imagine, about to start turning sideways and presenting a real threat to Ben Parker's life total.
Yeah, you have enough life on Jacob's part that you could potentially, especially now if you're able to take out one of the blockers here, you start to like the trade of, I might take some damage on the crackback, but I'm going to make you lose a creature each turn blocking this huge thing.
Yeah, that's definitely a really good point. I think that, that hex on land removing that blocker is going to be really relevant to about to attack for 16, I imagine.
Also has the mana to animate a Risen Reef if Jacob wants. It almost seems like it might be more valuable as a blocker when you have such a large and in charge Superior Spider-Man here. I suppose if you went to if you animated it before going to combat, you can make a very large Reef, but that tends to not be the kind of thing that Reef is used for, right?
And notably, Jacob unable to hex the Badgermole Cubs. So not only does that Oko emblem give +3/+3, it also gives hexproof.
Yeah, I was focused on the vigilance. The hexproof probably more relevant at this point in time, but at least, again, the lands are a key, just as good to hit in this case, since really Jacob is concerned with evening up the number of creatures on the battlefield, and with the other Earthbent land tapped, Ben now has to face the difficult decision. Chooses to take the hit, and suddenly 2 life plays 18 life. Jacob following up now with the Insatiable Avarice. Looks like we're probably going for the Tudor mode in this spot.
Yep, tapping 4. Yeah, it's a difficult spot for Jacob, because as much as he's in a really good spot with a 16/16 attacker, he is facing down, as you said, 10 damage of Badgermole Cub, Trample, Vigilant, and therefore, whilst he's on a relatively safe life total of 18 right now, the addition of a Craterhoof Behemoth to this board state or anything similar might represent that threat.
And the value for this Oko emblem is off the chart. That's a second spot removal spell Jacob's fired off. I mean, again, they have targets, they hit the lands, it is relevant, but those Cubs are shielded at this time.
Yeah. It's definitely kept that board alive for Ben Parker, is that hexproof clause right at the bottom. It feels like +3/+3 is the most relevant, but turns out hexproof, pretty good.
Jacob really just making this matchup, this best of 3, a showcase for the flexibility of Superior Spider-Man. Like, this deck is called Dimir Demon, sometimes Dimir Excruciator. Haven't seen any of that card.
No.
Haven't seen even that card appearing as this sort of back text on Superior Spider-Man, but Superior Spider-Man copying my opponent's creatures is getting there right now.
Yep, no demons, no Excruciators, just Spider-Man.
just Dr. Octavius doing his best to be the conflicted spider hero that this local town of whatever part of Avatar, Lorwyn world we are currently in.
We're in the multiverse.
We're in the yeah, of course we are. We're in the blind eternities right now. Ben Parker has all the time in the world. We're in the meditation realm. That's where Ben Parker is.
Ben definitely has some choices here, right? Like, he has vigilant attackers. He can take Jacob's life total down relatively safely, but he's going to have to start blocking or start doing something.
Here comes Nature's Rhythm.
Nature's Rhythm for 4. Yes, for 4.
For 2, for the other cub, right? So I think that the strategy here might be to... I mean, the thing is that we're going to get another Ouroboros trigger, right? There's no way you can present a convincing multi-block here against a creature of this size and scale. I guess it's just strength in numbers to try and win the race. Or maybe we see even more action this turn and Ben can try and end it right here, combo off. We do have a massive vigilant attack, so that's kind of there for free if he wants it.
Yeah, and look, notably no trample, though. A very big threat.
That's what I mean, yeah. If you can keep your numbers up, you could theoretically keep chump blocking the Spider-Man, and the Cubs are hexproof, makes you pretty safe. Okay. And that's it. The Day of Black Sun, I don't know if that was in hand the whole time, or that was
ripped it off the top right there.
Wow, that's some clutch top decking then. And Jacob Harvey plays himself into an excellent spot, and with some very unusual lines is able to close that one out.
Yeah, wow, what a top deck. That top deck straight into, and we saw it come off the top of the deck, straight slammed onto the table.
That's a classic coverage moment, just rip it.
Yeah, I'm playing this for 2. Congratulations. That was an incredible outcome there for Jacob Harvey.
Yeah, and we're going to jump right across, wasting no time to show you as much quarterfinal action as we can. This is our second feature match of the quarterfinals. It's Team of Prowess, Samuel Mara, a player in deck we haven't seen but has been doing impressive work in the shadows. Actually one of our undefeated players for the Swiss. He's there with the 6-0-2 record. Up against Simon Linnebury, who we did have the pleasure of seeing on coverage. Right now a game up on mono green, and that's a pretty sizable board state.
We saw Simon several times yesterday across the Swiss. His mono-green landfall deck putting in an incredible 6-1-1 over the 8 rounds of Swiss yesterday. And we are seeing exactly why. That is quite the board state we've walked into, Tom.
Yeah, something I hope to bring up about Simon's list, and at least while we've got him on camera, I think even though we have 3 mono green decks in our top 8, it is the only deck to put 3 representatives in, so definitely strong in the meta right now. There are some interesting differences. Like most of the decks I think we saw on top 8 in the coverage area yesterday, Simon is running 4 copies of Sapling Nursery, which of course has been a massive card, much talked about, very influential in the deck since its printing in Law and Eclipse. I believe the other 2 mono green lists playing that made it to top 8 don't have that card. 0 copies.
0 copies.
0 copies. So it makes it a leaner, more focused list. It's much more explosive. You don't have the long game that the Nursery provides, and we've seen that card win games. It's something again, I wish I could, I will maybe talk to the players after the event and really, what made you not go with the crowd and pick this card up, and why do you think it's contributed to your success?
Yeah, we did see a lot of mono green across the Swiss yesterday. There was a lot of mono green landfall in the room. And I generally think, and I'll wait until we publish all of the meta from those 8 rounds of Swiss, but I believe that the more successful of the breakdown of those mono green landfall decks generally chose to play the Sapling Nursery.
So yeah, maybe just one of those funny things in Magic where on the whole the stats indicate something, but at the very top when you have that really small sample size, maybe just some of the best players in the room, maybe they couldn't find the copies, I'm not sure, but they decided to, tack one way.
It's definitely a choice, right? Like it does distract from, this very fast attacking strategy that mono green landfall often has, but it pairs up really well against some of the other more aggressive decks in the room, particularly with flyers. We saw Momo White yesterday be particularly effective on coverage.
Simon here, not needing the Sapling Nursery at this time to put the pressure on, is only on 7 lives, so has to be very careful here, but it looks like the Meltstrider's Resolve mopping up the big Eddie Merc crab is giving him the confidence to crack in with that sizable, that's a pretty big forest.
That is a 5/5 forest.
That's been eating its Wheaties. Okay, so that's even up the life total somewhat here. As we see Sam, there was a smile on his face before, but now suddenly serious. This is his tournament life on the line since Simon took game 1. So what does the team, and this is a bit late in the matchup, it looks like, for Team of Prowess to go. You have some ability to play the late game, but I'm sure in Sam's ideal draw, being on the play for game 2, you just kind of close things out faster than this.
Yeah, you don't want to be the Team of Prowess deck staring down such a clogged up board. Although notably, very little reach currently. So, if Teamer can find a sure shot.
Slick shot show off.
Thank you, slick shot show off. That's the kind of threat that I imagine that Sam Ma is looking for right now.
I was thinking the exact same. That's why the name was on my lips. I was like, that's what we got to see here. Only 1 card in hand besides this stock up, so not really much choice. We've even already leveled up the talent, it looks like, so no option to go in your graveyard for more gas. But there were a lot of lands, it looked like, in the 5 that Sam was looking at there.
There was, yes. I imagine the majority of those lands went straight back on the bottom of his library, which he'll be happy to know they're there.
Yeah, absolutely. Just thank you, lands, for your service. Not at this time, though. I need something a little bit more immediate. We're at least pumping this Otter token. Of course, those Otters have done such sterling work in Standard, the cute little guys.
Yeah.
I very much enjoyed hearing yourself and Kira gush over them yesterday, but I think everyone's fond of that token. Sam, though, needs this token to do a lot of work as it's staring down the entire board state of Simon Linnebury, and it's still only a 3/3 right now.
Watching Sam tick up the prowess count for the turn, resolving a sleight of hand. Looks like they went to bottom.
Digging and digging.
Yes, indeed. I'm personally a fan of the business otter token.
Oh, yes?
Yes, the cute little otter in a suit. That's
that's
my otter choice.
That seems like a great choice. Okay, so here we're saying is a secret identity to pump the otter more. We're changing the base power and toughness, which of course is a great kind of trick to be playing alongside the 1/1 token with prowess, because you can stack the buffs from the prowess and the base power toughness change from this flexible card. This has been one that I think has been good in a couple of different decks this weekend.
Yeah, it's been a surprising mainstay across. Oh, there we go.
And just
seen Sam wrap up that.
Able to get through there with the token, which is flying and vigilance from the hero side of Secret Identity. As you mentioned, the lack of reach, right? Simon needed that sapling nursery more than we thought initially, based on that board state, because you see so many creatures. Surely one of those can block a flyer, or at least maybe you think Sam hasn't represented any flyers, but it turns out the show-off was not necessary. We can just give that otter a cape, or I guess some web-slinging gloves.
No capes.
Yeah.
I mean, we walked into this board state, immediately went, wow, that's a lot of blockers. That's a gummed up board. Sam Marr is in for a very difficult go of turning out this game, even if Simon is only on quite a low life total, to immediately be proved wrong.
Isn't that just the way of these like blue-red decks, though? In almost every format where there's a deck like this, is you think that you have them, and then the card selection just happens to work out. Where even though it might not be their best draw, some a stock up into another cantrip, and my last draw I found the one card that I needed. What are the odds of that? Actually, pretty good, which is why decks like this are so consistently powerful throughout Magic.
Yeah, look, absolutely right, Tom. And I think it's a really interesting kind of element to this top 8 of this is the only Team of Prowess deck, and it's somewhat mislabeled Team of Prowess. It's really Is It Prowess, but it's the only copy of this Prowess deck in the top 8, despite 3 Is It decks in the top 8, 2 of those being Is It Lessons. Yeah,
Blue-Red is very strong, and Teamer is very strong in the field right now, but all the decks are pretty significantly different. They share a couple of generic cards, and some of the Teamer lists share a bunch of cards with mono green, but Sam is not even the only Prowess player in the room. It was a pretty well-represented deck, as I understand it, but
I believe so.
It's definitely a deck that doesn't always bail you out on the draws. Like I said, you can find most of your cards if you need them, but it's a pretty focused kind of build. And there are definitely decks in the room that I feel like have the advantage in this matchup. So to see Sam go undefeated through the Swiss with a deck like this proves how good he is at leveraging the matchups where the deck is strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we might have seen the player standings getting to choose to play or draw at the start of this match being really instrumental to who has won each of these games 1 and games 2. And we're about to see Simon Linneberry choose to be on the draw with his mono green deck, I imagine. And we will see what the outcome of that is. Very decisive games. Both of these decks have quite a bit of variance in terms of how they can play out their lines, but fundamentally linear aggressive decks.
Yeah, Simon has to be feeling good, I think. After clearly having won game 1, we didn't get to see that on camera. We were watching that exciting Demir matchup earlier. But to win game 1 and then clearly come very close in game 2 with your opponent on the play. Now Simon back on the play, we assume, for game 3. You'd like to think has a slight edge in the matchup, although I don't actually know that the matchup is that tilted in either deck's favor overall based on kind of current standard statistics. Sam there, that's the card that gives the deck its sort of teamer moniker. We see the Otter in hand.
I think we're only seeing 1 land in Sam's hand, though. You can see he's got his hand on his head, considering those 7 cards really strongly.
If any deck is potentially advisable to keep a 1-lander, it's probably the super low to the ground cantrip heavy Prowess deck, right?
Definitely an option, and also, on the draw as well, so getting to see an 8th card to see if that's a land.
That's true, that's true. Are you selling me on it?
I am notorious for keeping dodgy 1-landers.
Never
so
mulligan.
I would not be the best person to ask.
No, that's why these players are playing in the top 8 and we are on the coverage table because, Samuel is the one best qualified to make this decision, and
it looks like it is a keep because Simon went to 6.
Yeah, he's keeping. Takes a deep breath to steal his nerves. And is that a land right off the top?
I didn't see it. It does look like it is. I think it's a basic island.
What? Never didn't have it. Never didn't have it.
Oh, there we go.
And wow, and the I assume that's the sideboard answer. Fire Magic cleans up the Llanowar Elf. What a great rip for Sam.
It is 2 of in the sideboard for Sam, so...
Really clutch card in this matchup, considering how fast how good the 1-drops are for this green deck and how important it is to remove them immediately, right? Like, both the Saz's Chocobo that we see on screen here and Llanowar Elves can each kind of get out of control in their own way if allowed to survive and thrive. And I guess, unfortunately, the fact that you've had to fire off the Fire Magic on the first target means that now this little bird can have time to grow up into a big chicken.
Yes. From the cutest chick to the mid-sized chicken of a 2-3, only to potentially grow to mammoth proportions as the game progresses.
We've seen some enormous chickens this weekend.
Sure have.
So
technically, the chocobo's a type bird.
Yeah, so no chicken type in Magic the Gathering, and I'm sure, apologies to Final Fantasy fans, a chocobo. A chocobo is its own species of adorable walking birds. But it's cool to see all of the different sets in standard. It's such a big standard right now. But I feel like almost every set's seen representation this weekend.
Elusive Otter.
Yeah, Wilds of Eldraine showing up here. And This odd is really, it is a true teamer deck, right? Sam can produce green mana. I don't know if I've seen the adventure side of that card cast, but it's doing pretty well with just the creature side.
Yeah, look, that is a fair call indeed. So we've got an Earthbending Ascension, Earthbending one of his forests into a 2/2. Unfortunately already tapped, but also the ability to now go and get a land and trigger that Chocobo up.
Yeah, maybe not the most impressive explosive draw in this deck, but it's such an important, like, no one is skipping out on Earthbender Ascension. The fact that the landfall deck does so much with the extra land in hand, it's just the glue that's holding the strategy together, it feels like.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm sure that Simon would have loved to drop a natural land drop and then Earthbend Ascension and then swing in for 6, but instead we're just seeing a single swing for 4.
Oh well, it still puts you in a considerable lead, and again we see the prowess deck on the back foot in the matchup, which is not, I'm sure not where Sam wants to be with this sort of deck.
Yeah, I think that Sam is, I mean, we're seeing
Burst Lightning, Sleight of Hand, is that a Spell Pierce maybe at the back of the hand? A lot of 1-mana cards, but it doesn't seem like any extra threats. Again, once you start falling behind, I don't want to be too tunnel vision, but I immediately go to Slickshot Show Off in my mind, because that card can kind of cure all ills in a deck like this. So suddenly you've just won the game and it doesn't matter anymore. But
very
Sam
explosive.
Doesn't have that explosive tool to hand here, so you're going to have to put it together. That looks like a Secret Identity, the card that just won Sam game 2, so could potentially be assembling a pretty strong prowess turn. Okay, there was another Otter in hand there. Actually looking pretty great now. Obviously, now you have 2 prowess triggers per spell. A lot of damage being potentially represented for next turn.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a Sleight of Hand, a Burst Lightning, and 2 of those Secret Identities based on my read for that hand.
Double Secret Identity would be such a sneaky play. If your opponent assumes that maybe 1 blocker is enough to keep you out of the red zone, giving both Otters Flying and Vigilance would be a massive swing if Sam is willing to wait another turn until they can both attack. Obviously, there is incentive to do it all in one big turn because that way you can maximize the prowess. But Sam might also...
It is a potential damage of 14, I think.
Yeah. So does Sam play out some of these spells now? Obviously, you get a redraw from the Sleight. So I think that...
I imagine we're going to see Sleight of Hand. Yes.
Yeah,
and
at the very least.
All of the damagey type spells, like those Secret Identities that are going to increase the number of damage in total, probably come out next turn when they're most efficient.
Yeah, seeing the Burst Lightning makes me feel more confident. Okay, well, we're holding on to the Sleight for now. Just sending in the Burst Lightning and Otter.
It was Burst Lightning to face. So
yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I wonder how much is just like maths-based where you're trying to figure out, okay, how much mana do I have this turn? How much mana can I spend next turn? Make sure I cast the maximum number of spells with maximum efficiency. And how much is Sam maybe thinking about the psychology of it? What's the right amount of damage to do to Simon where I can soften him up and get him into what I know is lethal, but maybe Simon doesn't feel is lethal range? Because, I mean, look, maybe Simon has no interaction again. Maybe there's no reach. Maybe there's no, removal spell. But if your opponent does have choices, you want to hide information as much as possible because that's a huge advantage of this prowess deck is how much it can hide its hand and exactly how much damage it's capable of dealing.
Yeah, look, being very explosive, coming from nowhere, definitely the signature move of this team of prowess deck. And we just saw, a really relevant element of Burst Lightning here is not only is it a 1-cost instant speed 2 damage spell, it very clearly says damage to any target.
Yeah, and that's actually it used to feel like that was on every burn spell, but of late it seems like in Standard, there's actually not that many options if you want a card that can be flexible like that is both removal and potential face damage. So Burst Lightning, a really valuable tool for Sam to have because those little bits of life, they add up.
Yeah, absolutely true.
You don't always just overkill the opponent by 20, Sometimes you've just got to screech across the line, even with a deck that can turn around as fast as Prowess. And now Simon, what can he turn around here? I mean, a lot of mana is available for what this deck, needs and can do.
Yeah, I think we've been unable to see what's in Simon's hands currently. I imagine it's not a land drop or that would have already hit the battlefield. So it'll be good to see what he's about to deploy to the field.
Sam did hold back 1 Otter potentially to block. I'm sure he'd rather preserve it, as it's only a 1/1 right now. But
with Secret Identity in hand, it could be a 4/5.
If your opponent presented the right kind of trade, I'm sure we could see. Sam would not be squeamish about firing off one of those Secret Identities, especially because then your opponent's definitely not going to read you for having the second one. But speaking of second copies.
We're now seeing an additional Earthbender's Ascension, deliberately targeting the untapped land, creating a 2/2, fetching up a forest.
Little trainer value continues. Again, not the biggest hit in Simon's deck, but it is going to, yeah, as you say, give another land drop, pump up the Chocobo, produce another body, another blocker.
Sam being very collegiate there, passing a dice.
And we're also, obviously, we're still a ways away, but we are gradually ticking up the first Earthbender Ascension in the meantime.
Yes, there we go.
Not yet fully ascended.
Got to finish shuffling your deck, and then you can resolve all of your dice.
Yeah, we obviously, this is the top 8. Everyone is watching, including our judges, to make sure all game states are maintained accurately. And Simon Lindenbury, having done all of that due diligence, cracks in with this ever-growing Chocobo. Oh, and the land.
No.
Oh, we're okay, sorry. We're tapping for Earth. Sorry, Meltstrider's resolve here. That's fair enough. And... Okay.
Cool.
The Secret Identity bailing out the Otter. Just one more function of this astonishingly flexible card.
Yeah, not how Simon wished to use it, I'm sure, but making it a 1/1 with hexproof did save it from that fight spell.
Yeah, so in a way, I guess Simon is probably happy to see that powerful card out of hand. We saw last game how important the flying side in particular is at forcing through lethal, but preserving a body is well worth it for Sam.
Particularly a prowess body. You know, that body's going to get bigger as soon as you start casting spells. And we're immediately seeing a sleight of hand.
And there is at least one more copy of Secret Identity, so even if the flying is essential to get those Otters over the line, there's still some chance Sam could jump both of these Otters this turn. As it is, we can see one of them in hand.
Choosing to cast that spell for Simon Lindenbury also meant that he does not have any blockers anymore. He is fully tapped out, both blockers and land.
That's true. So now Sam can just count the damage, I guess, and see whether or not he gets there.
Yep.
Simon's got his head in his hands here. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of pressure on these players regardless, so the body language is going to be tense in any situation, but you fired off your best shot there and your opponent parried it just by, you know, taking off the Spider-Man mask. So now you're at the mercy of a deck that you just don't know how much damage Sam can do.
Yep.
Second, okay, so we're going to bounce first. That's into the Floodmoor. Take that huge land off the board.
Yep, no
Prowess.
gifted fish. Target a creature, not a generic permanent.
No blocks.
And attack.
Prowess count is currently 2, so attack is currently 4/6.
Yep. On the
Representing 12 if he chose to play the Secret Identity here. So it would create a base power 4/5 on one of the creatures and trigger up prowess 1 more. So 7 on one, 5 on the other.
And even if Sam can't make lethal here, the fact that you're able to draw into the Floodmoor and get rid of the largest creature on Simon's board means that you're not really as afraid as you could be of the crackback, and Sam might be just assuming I've got one more turn to work with, and even leaving the mana open. I think he almost committed that second Secret Identity, so Simon may have that information, but it might not do Simon much good. There's not that much in the deck that can block or interact with a Flying Otter, so what can Simon do this turn? Maybe his last here in our top 8.
Simon's still on 10 here, so enough health that one Flying Otter is not lethal currently based on the number of cards in Samuel Ma's hand.
Well, but one of those could be a cantrip or the draw next turn. You can't assume against Team of Prowess.
That is entirely true. You can see there's a lot of smiling, head shaking, hand gesturing going on from our players.
An emotional roller coaster.
For those watching along at home, you must know, this is a top 8. It is incredible. You might have already clinched your seat at the next Pro Tour, but a spot at Worlds is up for grabs, as well as, the prize pool and the incredible honour of winning an RC.
This is some pretty big stuff out of Simon Lindenbury. I don't know if it's going to be immediately lethal because we had to tap, the lands to cast this stuff, but replaying the Chocobo into Icefield Explorer, into milling over more lands, and particularly having the escape tunnel available in the yard to replay, means that we're going to get a bunch of landfall triggers here, potentially finish off one or both of these Ascensions, it looks like.
Yeah, Chocobo's going right up, and then Ascensions will also tick over and start placing counters onto the creatures on Simon Lindenbury's side of the field. Notably, however, Chocobo not with haste.
No.
And neither Icefield Explorer, so not an attack this turn that we're expecting.
No, but if Sam doesn't have the kind of great draw where you're able to present lethal in the air with these Otters or maybe clear away the new blocking creatures that are there, Simon is really setting up to threaten Sam's life total on his next turn.
Yep. And we're seeing that same motion happen again. We saw the original +1/+1 counter from the first Earthbender Ascension that ticked up go onto the Ice Till Explorer. I imagine trying to make it large enough that it can block a 4/5 prowess Otter, which will inevitably be a 5/6 on the turn.
Yeah, definitely can't hurt to have blockers that can test Sam's ability to pump.
Obviously only able to do that block if Sam casts that secret identity after blocks, because if he does it pre-blocks, the creature will have flying.
But if he does it pre-blocks, then, your fate is in, the hands of someone else. So I like that Simon leaves the escape tunnel in play. We do have the Earthbent lands, which are currently, I believe, eligible to be made unblockable. So just keeping a lot of lines open, giving Sam a lot to think about, especially with those Earthbender Ascensions in play, that can represent some sneaky damage.
Yeah. Notably, the escape tunnel able to target those lands whilst they're still 2/2s. Irrespective of whether they grow larger than that later, they will remain unblockable.
Yeah, as long as you get that effect on them before you do any further pumping, then you're allowed to get away with whatever kind of depravity you want.
Love that as a mainstay of lots of these kind of sneaky damage decks.
Yeah, escape tunnel. I don't think I, at least on coverage, have seen the unblockable clause used, because this deck is just gets so much value out of using it to fetch more lands and get more triggers. But there is always a reason to have that kind of bauble text on cards in your deck. It only needs to come up once in the event, and it might be in the deciding game of your quarterfinal matchup with an invite to Worlds on the line.
Yeah, this is when you want to know exactly what all of your cards do. You want to be sitting at this table reminding yourself to read your card.
Speaking of the pressure, look at Sam. Sam's screwing up his face in concentration right now. This is the most intense tapping the table counting damage that we've seen all event, and rightly so. Like, this is the time to definitely make sure you know how much damage you are representing with these Otters.
Yeah, and we're looking at spells in Sam's hand that come to a total cost of 4.
It's Burst Lightning and Seer, is it? What's the two?
It looks like Burst Lightning, Seer, and our secret identity
That's
that we know
not
is there.
right. I mean, the Seer is nice, but you really wanted spells that more easily convert into damage. I mean, they can trigger the prowess, but as you said, that's one of the less exciting things Sam could have drawn from the deck, because it really complicates your ability to cast all 3 spells this turn, and thereby present lethal. Maybe if you draw an extra pump spells, you could have gotten away with just making one really big flying Otter, but now maybe Sam just has to try and take some of these creatures off the board.
Yeah, and notably, Seer won't take out either the Chocobo or the Ice Till Explorer.
Yeah.
And therefore only can target either of the 2/2 lands currently with that Seer, to have that be effective without a block as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you have Burst Lightning and Seer, you could commit both of them.
Oh, 2-for-1ing yourself, particularly with another land on the battlefield, which will trigger both Ascensions in response.
That's not on the table. Yeah, it's rough stuff, because if you can't take out the Ice Till Explorer, then, I mean, the Ascensions also mean the Burst Lightning is basically not doing a lot for you at all.
Yeah.
And
you're hoping for Burst Lightning to face. You want it to trigger prowess and do 2 damage.
But how could you commit to that in this board state? Like, next turn you might have to block with both Otters to live.
Survive, yeah. So, I mean, Sam is figuring out if he floats his Otter, if he casts Secret Identity and it becomes a 5/6 flyer, he then deals 2 damage to face, which would be a 6/7 flyer, and your opponent would be on 8. You then have 1 more mana and no more cards.
Exactly.
So
you
cannot do lethal this
Sam
turn.
in a spot where almost any 1 mana spell might have given him a better line, but having a 2 mana removal spell against an opponent who, again, leaving that escape tunnel up, you could have so easily just kind of autopiloted your way into cracking that last turn, but Simon giving himself extra insurance against burn, and now that it seems that we've passed back to Simon's turn, drops another hammer. Mightform Harmonizer.
Yeah, Mightform Harmonizer here being an incredible draw, an incredible drop coming in for Simon Linneberry. Making sure they're doubling the power of target creature you control until the end of turn, and with that escape tunnel capability. But we do immediately see an instant speed deployment of Seer in response to the crack of the escape tunnel, which makes a ton of sense.
This is a really great reward to Sam for having held on to all of those spells. Like last turn,
being patient.
Exactly. We didn't really see it because there was a window. You could have Seer to Forest.
Sam very reasonably did the math, said, I can't kill you. and I don't want to die next turn if I can avoid it. So let's be patient.
Yeah, and it's all lined up where just because you had to, on Simon's side, mostly tap out to play that Harmonizer meant that, you know, we couldn't get a different fetch land into play. We couldn't hold it. It takes mana to activate the cave. So I guess Simon just couldn't get any backup pump effect into play to maintain that kind of insurance he had against the burn spells.
Yeah.
We'll still get most of landfall value at least.
We are seeing exactly what this deck is best at here. The Icestill Explorer allowing Simon to cast additional lands from his graveyard. Which, with those fetch land effects, allows him to have multiple landfall triggers per turn.
So Simon looks like now just going on the plan of I'll beef up all of my creatures around about evenly, making it so that you don't have any real blowout potential by just taking my one big thing off the board, maybe have another bounce spell, and we're just going to really challenge you to answer a multitude of threats.
Yeah, Simon is saying you must block.
Mm-hmm.
It also means that Samuel Ma, even if he does choose to use a secret identity after blocks to save one of his otters, won't be in a position to attack back for lethal then.
No, exactly. That's the kind of the advantage of being able to be the first person to make a really lethal, threatening attack here for Simon is massive. Because neither of these players really wanted to block, and especially not to trade and lose their creatures that are, you know, kind of offering them the potential of winning this game. But Sam is not going to have a lot of choices.
They're all going sideways. A very unsurprising turn of events from Simon Lineberry.
Yeah, Sam extends the hand, and rightly so. Simon manages to wrangle that one into a real checkmate position, and unfortunately for Sam Ma, after having not lost all through the Swiss with Team of Prowess, meets his match in Simon Lineberry, who picks up another coverage win with this super impressive mono-green landfall deck. What a quarterfinals.
Yeah, Samuel Ma immediately showing him that he was land constrained on being able to cast all of his spells so close to lethal damage last turn, and Simon can breathe a sigh of relief and put out a big smile as he makes his way into our semi-finals.
Yeah, it's about the only time you can finally consider yourself safe from Team of Prowess is after they extend the hand.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
And Simon's able to get there, so slinks past that matchup and now looking really good in top four. Well, we'll have to wait and see the results of our other two quarterfinals to find out who those two players we saw win on coverage will be facing, but regardless, I'm super pumped, Molly, to see what our semis hold.
Well, we know at least a couple of what is there, because we know that there is at least one Is It Lessons deck. We know that there is at least one mono-green landfall deck. We also now know that there is two mono-green landfall decks in our semi-finals, with Simon Lineberry just taking down that game, and a Dimir Excruciator deck. So, no.
Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, you know, we know at least the contents, if not the pilots, of all of our semi-finals.
Okay, well, it looks like we have some of these results. So Elspeth McGillivray, maintaining this tremendous performance as our top seed, was able to clutch out that Is It Lessons mirror. I imagine it was quite closely fought, and it looks like she will be Simon Lineberry's opponent. So we're going to see Is It Lessons against Mono Green, and then from the other side, our mono-green mirror will be putting Ryan Johns-Lewis forward to play against Jacob Harvey and the Dimir Excruciator deck. So mono-green, it has been the deck of the tournament here, you know, in a sort of fairly diverse field. It's been the maybe one standout, and we're going to see it face two heavyweight challenges here in our semi-finals.
Yeah, we're going to be super excited to bring you those semi-finals shortly. We will be back in a moment, but you will have so much more incredibly exciting magic yet to come. Please stay tuned.
And welcome back to all our viewers who are joining or rejoining us. Welcome back to RC11, part of the ANZ Magic Super Series. We're here in Sydney, bringing you the top 8 of our great standard tournament we've had all weekend. Kira Turetsky is joining me. I'm Thomas Anderson. Kira, glad to have you on the desk for this one.
Thank you.
You looking forward to the semifinals?
Oh, I'm so excited. We have some amazing decks still standing out in the top 8. We're going to jump into our feature match just a moment, but if you can't get enough of a Magic competitive events, don't worry. We're going to send you up to Brisbane later this year in August for Spotlight Series. The format, of course, is going to be modern for this one, but if you're itching for a bit more of that competitive Magic grind, head on up to Brisbane. This is going to be a super exciting one. This is going to be when The Hobbit is coming out as well.
Yeah, so we'll have all the buzz about that. Said, obviously, this is one of the biggest Magic events to happen in Australia in a long time. There'll be plenty of different side events and things. There are all sorts of attractions. Artists, I assume, going to be traveling. I'm certainly going to be traveling there. I'm really pumped up. So August 28th to 30th, don't forget. Make sure you at least book your pass as well. Like, don't show up and not have a ticket to the event. That would be awkward. Speaking of having a ticket to the event, all of these players in our top 8 have punched their tickets to the Pro Tour, which is massive for them. I can't imagine how happy they feel, but they have to put off their celebrations for a little bit longer because they are still playing for a spot in Worlds. And this is the semi-final here between Jacob Harvey, who we saw in the quarterfinals with the Demir Demons deck, against Ryan Johns Lewis, who we have not seen, or at least I have not seen on coverage this tournament, but has clearly made it very far with Mono Green Landfall.
I am so excited to see Demir Demons in this semifinal. This is giving me flashbacks to, can you believe it, like Duskmorn Pro Tour, back when the deck was like first coming out. Of course, it's got a couple of changes. Now we're playing copies of Deceit and as well as Superior Spider-Man. So the deck has changed quite a bit, but the core is no less strong. Ryan looks like he's going down to a mulligan to 6 on this one. Not really where you want to be, especially because I believe Ryan's going to be on the play for this one. So being down that one extra card really could be a deciding factor going into this match.
Yeah, I think what we've seen so far is that if Jacob can stall the game out with this Demir Demons deck, as you said, the end game that the Excruciator package provides is so powerful. And in fact, in the quarterfinals, Jacob didn't even need the Excruciator to get there. It was all Superior Spider-Man copying my opponent's great creatures. But I'm sure that he would still ideally love to play the deck's namesake out. And yeah, if Ryan has fewer cards in hand, that maybe makes the hand a bit more brittle, the opener a bit less powerful, and it gives Jacob time to work the deck's magic. Barsing Say going to be the starter here for Ryan. That's been a powerful card all weekend.
Good card to start on. It's a great card in the deck, but don't leave it on turn 1, means you aren't going to be on that turn 1 Chocobo, but we do have the follow-up Escape Tunnel, Fetch, so we're going to put 2 counters onto the Chocobo to start with, and that's what the Mono Green deck loves to do. And I overheard you talking chicken, chicken, chicken. This card has been a superstar in the Mono Green Landfall deck, and a really unassuming card to start with as well. A 1-mana 0/1 doesn't really seem that impressive, but this Landfall deck has supercharged it into oblivion, and we saw some really excellent games on coverage yesterday where that chicken, that little tiny bird, was just getting up to 6, 7, 8, 9 power. Really impressive.
It's a great luxury for the deck that you can have this tiny 1-mana creature very quickly become a must-answer threat when the deck is doing so many other things, right? Like you're not benching or resting all your hopes on this Stasis Chocobo, which is just as well as Jacob does again have the Requiting Hex. Jacob shows a remarkable talent for drawing those Requiting Hexes. Had multiple back-to-back-to-back in the previous round just when they were needed right in the early game. But I mean, that is why you play 4 of them. That is why you play other redundant removal spells. And this Demir Demons deck proves well equipped to answer the really fast starts out of decks like Mono Green.
Main deck Surak from Ryan as well is a really heads-up inclusion in this deck. So many decks, whether it's Prowess or Lessons, have very targeted removal. And so playing main deck Surak to be like, sure, if you want to target my spells, that's fine with me. It'll just mean that I get to replace it with another card. And especially looking at Jacob's removal, it's so unbelievably targeted, whether it's a Requiting Hex, a Bitter Triumph, a lot of targeted removal. Bitter Triumph is well going to be the move here. We're going to discard, and of course Ryan will get to draw, but hopefully that'll be the only draw we get off of it.
I love Jacob getting to discard Winter Night Stories as well. Obviously, this deck has a lot of cards that it's more than happy to put in the graveyard. It is something of a reanimated deck, but Winter Night Stories in the yard is a cute little bit of extra value you can get, potentially helping Jacob refuel later on. Obviously, he's got quite a hand already, so maybe just decides he doesn't need that card selection spell, but you can see all the angles that this deck's working. Speaking of deck building, though, thank you for bringing up Ryan's particular build of Mono Green, because I wanted to highlight to the audience, maybe you haven't been tuning in all weekend, we've seen quite an amount of flexibility for a mono-colored deck that's got a pretty tight mechanical focus like this Landfall Shell. I'm almost surprised at the versatility. Like in our top 8, we're seeing some really diverse builds, and this one from Ryan Johns Lewis is foregoing the kind of slower late game package we get out of Sapling Nursery, and going for more of a protective hexproof build. We've got not only the royal treatment, the sort of hexproof trick, but the new card Leatherhead from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
100%. It's a really flexible build. Some versions opt to play 4 copies of Mightform Harmonizer. This is a little bit, as you said, more spread out, and of course not running the Sapling Nursery in the main. Could be a nod. There's a lot of just random enchantment hate running around, so not too bad. Leatherhead herself, if you're in the mirror, if your opponent ends up playing the main deck Leatherhead, can really easily remove your Sapling Nursery. Duress is going to see Mightform Harmonizer, Badger Mole Cub from Ryan, and that's a little bit tricksy, especially because we can see the Mightform Harmonizer with 2 different fetch lands on the field. Nervous.
Yeah,
that's a really impressive hand.
Yeah, I guess better to know that it's coming than not, and I guess that's the bargain you make when you main deck a card like Duress. You know that in some matchups like this one, it's probably missing, but that information is very important for Jacob. Like especially the Harmonizer, right? Like you don't always think of mono green as sort of a burn deck or as explosive as something like Team of Prowess, but that Harmonizer can represent lethal out of absolutely nowhere, and now Jacob is going to be at least aware if there's any chance you can deal with it, you can't tap out.
100%. Badger Mole Cub earthbending onto the Fabled Passage as well. We're just going to go full swing here. We're going to move as fast as possible. Earthbender Ascension online now, and that means anytime there's a landfall trigger, which I don't know if you know this, but this deck loves to make additional land drops every single turn. We're going to be putting +1/+1 counters and trample onto those creatures.
Yeah, so that Promising Vein there is going to, wow, with the second cub as well. Is this potentially targeting the same land? Yeah, making one really big land is an interesting choice.
I don't hate the aggressive push. There is a huge likelihood that once the Mightform Harmonizer comes down, we're going to start using the Promising Vein and the Fabled Passage to double and then double again our creatures. And so getting in early, there's no real need. Like you could potentially have Earthbent onto the Fabled Passage so that you get additional landfall triggers when you sacrifice and it dies. But I don't hate the aggressive push either.
Yeah, putting it all onto the Vein, which is you've left the rest of your lands for mana, and that means you're pushing as much damage as you can this turn. And as you say, the Harmonizer, even though unfortunately your opponent now knows about it, is a great incentive to make the largest possible land to attack with. It does also have the trade-off, though, of making Jacob's removal spells much better than if you spread those counters out across a bunch of lands.
Totally true. I'm just doing a little count as well with the lands. We can full price pay the Harmonizer next turn. Fabled Passage fetch, double. You can put the Promising Vein up to 8 that turn. If you're able to make an additional land drop from hand, you go to 16.
Ooh.
And if you have Trample as well, that is just going to be lethal next turn.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm sure Jacob can also make that count, can also make some assumptions like, okay, well, I'll shout you a land. You're the landfall deck. There's a lot of them in the deck to draw. But what can Jacob do about it? Obviously, we don't know the contents of Jacob's hand, and this deck has a ton of interaction.
The line there would have to be something along the lines of Shoot the Sheriff or another Bitter Triumph or a Requiting Hex.
Yep.
To be able to deal, if Ryan next turn decides to go all in on the Promising Vein.
Oh, this is another way to answer it, though. We know that the card we hate is in hand, and Deceit gives you a way to attack that. The Duress,
and there's 2 of them.
That is the worst thing you could have seen as a second card, and very unfortunate for Jacob Harvey. He has to sort of take a deep breath there, as now you thought you might have answered your questions. Now you need a second answer because there was a second copy.
Yeah, exactly. So if on this next turn, if we rip a land off the top, Fabled Passage is going to put Promising Vein up to 8. Another land will go up to 16. Deceit again.
A second Deceit.
Wait a second.
Whoa.
Oh,
okay.
Everything has changed now. Is this going to be the third? Can we manage to rip the third Mightform Harmonizer?
I mean, it's not like the kind of damage you get with the damage doubling Mightform Harmonizer, but your opponent, as Ryan, your opponent's still just tapped out to not touch your battlefield. You have Earthbender Ascension in play, you have a landfall trigger, you have a Barsing Sade potentially activate, even if the card in your hand isn't really immediately useful. It's immediately very useful. Badger Mole Cub again.
Another Badger Mole Cub, and we are immediately going to sacrifice and fetch.
Yep.
Earthbender Ascension, we're going to put that Promising Vein up to a 5. If we swing in with everything, that is going to be a crack across, and that's going to be 10, I believe, swinging in this turn.
Yeah, that's love putting that much damage on Jacob, because you really put him in the spot where like very few attackers are safe. Like you love to be in a position as a deck like this where you can spot remove the biggest attacker, take the rest of the damage, get another turn to build towards your big combo payoff. But Ryan is really closing the angles down for Jacob, where you now have to start respecting every attacker. Even these little cubs could take your life away when there's so little of it left.
Absolutely. That double deceit was absolutely double deceit for double harmonizer. Lined up so unbelievably well, and that was really the corridor that Jacob needed in that moment. Going forward now, stock up is going to be the solution. If we can hit a superior Spider-Man going forward as well off of this, we'll be able to start getting those deceits back out.
Finds another deceit. That looks like that's the main action card there, which it's good, but it's like the 2 deceits last turn. I think in hindsight, Jacob, you know, if you have to cast both of those just to get cards out of hand and then eat this whopping attack, you almost would have preferred to have a Shoot the Sheriff to take away the cards that are in play. But instead now we're down to 6 life and the answers we have are even fewer. And Jacob being forced to pack it up there, the deck not quite answering the barrage of punches from the Monogreen Landfall deck, and straight into game 2.
Unfortunately, just not enough answers. Whether you take the Shoot the Sheriff and you destroy the land, you're still dying to the 3/2/2 Cubs. So really difficult to look down that barrel. Moving on to game 2, game 1 is going to be going to our Monogreen Landfall, Ryan Johns Lewis. Let's have a look at the Dimir Demons sideboard. Immediately, let's bring Flash Freeze in. That looks pretty good right now. Probably also going to take Intimidation Tactics.
Yeah, I think we saw that, especially if you're on the draw. So maybe not next game, but if we go to a game 3 and Jacob goes back on the draw, we did see him bring in Intimidation Tactics in his quarterfinal matchup. It's just a really great way to make sure you have an interactive turn 1 play and you don't let these fast standard decks get too far out ahead of you. You need something to replace the Duress's main board with anyway. I don't mind bringing in something like, it's only one of, but Strategic Betrayal. You have to remember that this is sort of a graveyard deck. Ice Till Explorer adds so much juice to Ryan Johns, especially in situations where you otherwise really wouldn't have a play. So being able to, at some point in the matchup, exile the graveyard could be really, really strong.
Looking over at Mono Green Landfall, tools in the toolbox. Look, as always, Meltstrider's Resolve tends to be very good in these matchups, just giving them additional ways to make sure, hey, any threat that you put down, I'm going to take care of.
Yeah,
Soul Guide Lantern and Surak as well.
Tunnel visioning for me on the Soul Guide Lanterns, because a priority numero uno here against the Dimir Excruciator deck is don't let Superior Spider-Man beat you. Soul Guide Lantern is a great way to do that. Doesn't look like we have access to the Keen-Eyed Curators that have been very strong for other green players, but that's all right. I wonder whether we're going to sideboard out Esper Origins here, because on the one hand, it's a great card for going longer and making sure that your top decks stay very highly consistent and strong, which is important against a disruptive deck that has access to so much removal. But it does mill over cards from your library and set up your graveyard to some amount. I still Explorer, it's kind of unavoidable when it does that, although here, I don't know, it doesn't seem like there's as many huge targets. There's something like in the last round we got to see a Cradle Behemoth get Superior Spider-Man, which was pretty spectacular.
You could look at swapping the Esper Origins for the Mossborn Hydras. Esper Origins is just very good as well. It lets you refine the top of your deck a little bit more. But the Mossborn Hydra, what we saw out of this Mono Green Landfall deck in this last matchup was just aggression, aggression, aggression.
Yes.
That Promising Vein did so much heavy lifting in that game. So I don't hate the idea of bringing in just an even more aggressive slant, especially if Jacob's going to go harder on removal. The more creatures that you have that are able to stick around, they're pretty good ones, especially when you're able to stick a Mossborn Hydra that already has trample. And we've seen Mossborn Hydras very, very quickly get absolutely out of control, and they can just one-shot you if you're not careful.
Especially in this particular build where you have access to the royal treatments, I really like the idea of including a card like Mossborn Hydra that has a not big but not small chance of suddenly taking over a game. Like, that's a great way to pinch one of the, you only need to win one of the next 2 as Ryan Johns Lewis. I would give myself that little ticket to the lottery.
All right, and if you are just joining us, we are starting game number 2 here of our first semifinal match. We are at Regional Championship 11 here in Sydney, Australia. The format is standard. This is Dimir Demons versus Mono Green Landfall. Jacob Harvey will be on the play for this match.
Yeah, Jacob Harvey having to come back here from a game down, but he managed that in this quarterfinals matchup just on coverage before. So play with Nerves of Steel, not intimidated by this. Hopefully some of the tools from the sideboard are going to help this slower blue-black deck react to its opposition, as we've seen all weekend. It's a very land-heavy hand for Ryan Johns Lewis, even for a land-loving deck like this one. Might have to go to 6.
I would not hate keeping this, to be honest.
It looks like it's kept, okay.
If Jacob prioritizes keeping a bunch of spot removal and you choose not to play creatures until turn 3, which is where you could either do Earthbender Ascension or you could play the Surak on turn 3, it actually kind of stunts Jacob's ability to develop the board. Intimidation Tactics, of course, will be hitting the Surak in hand.
Yeah.
That is the only target.
That's the punishment, I guess, which as you say, I like the plan. Surak as your first creature feels really good in this matchup, but now you have no creature in hand, so pretty strong punish from Jacob, and that's the power of intimidation tactics out of the side. A lot better than the duress was in game 1.
100%. And this means as well that Jacob can look at that hand and go, great, I have got time. I have time to cast Stock Up. I have time to put cards into the graveyard. I can take this nice and slow, especially because we did see Jacob has a Deceit in hand. If he plays another land on black and just Deceit Thoughtseize and takes Ryan's Earthbender Ascension, there's nothing left.
Land. Okay, so Ryan spared for the moment, but yeah, you're right. The difference in knowing that Ryan's hand is very slow like that and not is so important, because Jacob might otherwise be intimidated into holding up removal or otherwise really tanking on this early game, but knowing your opponent's kept a slow one gives you a lot of room to work.
Gives you a ton of wiggle room. Again, you can afford to move just at a little bit of a more comfortable, slower pace. And here is that Deceit.
Deceit
and it's
your hand.
And that's the only Earthbender Ascension. That's the only target. Everything else is still lands.
I mean, at least you have, compared to other decks in this spot, Ryan can at least play out the Fabled Passage and the other fetch land, pseudo-fetch land, and set up for a potential very explosive top deck. But as far as what's actually available right now to do, never mind, we've found Mightform Harmonizer, so that's the explosive top deck. At least you're showing Jacob it's there, but it represents a ton of damage next turn. Immediate answer check. Do you have removal?
Really going to be important here. I do believe I saw a Shoot the Sheriff in Jacob's hand, which will be incredibly necessary because there's an Escape Tunnel and a Fabled Passage in Ryan's hand. And even if you just slow roll it, even if you just play Fabled Passage, you double the Mightform Harmonizer's power to 8. You crack it, you double to 16. You don't have to go all in on one turn, but wouldn't hurt.
I love that swinging for 16 on turn 4 would constitute slow rolling in this case, but I think it's a testament to the power of Mono Green Landfall.
Especially after we saw, like, something, I don't hate the keep from Ryan, but obviously, of course, in the face of things like Deceit, and of course, in the face of things like Intimidation Tactics, and Jacob doing some cleaning up of house. That's going to be the 4th land drop as well. If Jacob has the Superior Spider-Man in hand, choosing and targeting Deceit, that's going to bounce the Mightform Harmonizer again, going to duress. Still drawing lands off the top, though, for Ryan. So if we do have the Superior Spider-Man, we're only going to be able to bounce the Harmonizer.
Okay, past this turn back, it's an interesting spot for Jacob, right? Because Jacob has looked so matter-of-fact just dealing with those interactive spells, but hasn't actually answered the Harmonizer just yet, and is going to give Ryan at least a window to respond here. And okay, that's the answer there. It's sort of the backstop. We have a Reef with Death Touch that can trade with your Harmonizer, no way to give it trample or evasion of any kind. Ryan, I guess, happy enough to take that trade. Doesn't really have that much else to do, and at least you've taken Jacob off of a land. You've slowed down the plan of your opponent, because at some point, Jacob is going to top deck something powerful and proactive and really flip this match on its head quickly.
Also, I apologize. Based on the way that the effects resolve on Deceit, you can put the Mightform or Harmonizer in Ryan's hand and then have him discard it.
Yeah, with those effects where they have multiple clauses at the same time, it resolves in the order.
Resolves top down.
Yeah, and they're multiple triggers as well, right? So you can stack them independently. But yeah, in any case, it works. It works no matter what. And speaking of things that just work, Superior Spider-Man is a real how well do you know your rules type card.
Would you like to see more of my lands, Ryan says.
It's like, because it's copying Deceit, is it?
Look, and to be fair, Bossing Say is powerful on its own.
Yeah.
You can just repeatedly keep earthbending onto the same land over and over. You can make your lands very, very big. You don't have to keep earthbending onto a Fabled Passage or an Escape Tunnel. You can just target a forest. Okay, earthbend 2. Beautiful. Next turn, earthbend 2. It's a 4/4. And with this Superior Spider-Man being a 4/4, you quickly could be staring down a land. As we see here, we're going to earthbend onto the Escape Tunnel. And I do believe I saw the pickup for Ryan this turn was an Ice Till Explorer as the draw for turn. So we have a little bit more action, which will be good going forward.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see, right? Like, I'm not saying that Jacob was wrong to fire off that Spider-Man. You wanted to put some pressure on and make Ryan answer the call, which he has now by producing a creature. But having copied a Deceit, that Spider-Man's kind of done as much as it's going to do now. It's back to just being a 4/4, no real relevant text while it's in play. And as you say, that Ryan won't take long to outpace that, even just by activating Basing Say, let alone whatever other cards may come off the top. So it kind of shows how, against certain decks, having more than one Basing Say in play and activating them each turn, we've seen that win games, just because it's a lot of value to answer. Some decks can go over the top of it. The other builds of the Superior Spider-Man deck that can reanimate like 30 Power of Demons. But Jacob doesn't have that many haymakers.
Harvester of Misery will take care
That is one of them.
of the Earthbent land, however.
That's a sick draw.
Well, and look, and I don't hate Earthbending the land instead of playing the Ice Till Explorer, because that's a nod to a second Superior Spider-Man that targets the other Deceit, because the Deceit cannot target a land.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of showing that this deck is slightly sneakier combo deck, and it's got that kind of combo deck mentality of why commit that kind of valuable resource when it's going to have a very low game impact. There's no landfall triggers in play. What's that Ice Till really doing for you? For the sake, and by playing it, you are massively risking it against a deck with this much removal.
Looks like we are going to play the Ice Till out this turn. No lands currently to go get. We could go we could crack the escape tunnel. Oh, never mind. Let's just mill the land that we need into the graveyard.
There is a Fabled Passage in hand, so I'll give at least Ryan the respect of saying, like, you had access to a fetch land like that the whole time. But I do also like that Ryan is protecting unknown cards in hand, right? Jacob has been able to play this matchup very confidently because he's had a ton of information about what Ryan's playing with, thanks to these repeated Deceits and other hand attack spells. Ryan, if there's any chance to create a little bit of uncertainty for his opponent, he's going to take it.
Would love to see another Superior Spider-Man now targeting the Deceit. You'd be able to bounce the Ice Till Explorer back to hand, Thoughtseize, discard the Ice Till Explorer, and that would set Ryan back into the Ice Age.
Yeah, another one of those really cute, little, interesting, unique interactions with Superior Spider-Man. It can use the evoke triggers of the Deceit, since it was, in fact, cast for those colors of mana. And those would definitely crush Ryan at this point in the match. But yeah, this is about where I start thinking, gee, it's lucky I won game one. Yes, game two has not been kind. And never mind, just hard cast another Deceit.
Deceit target you, but unfortunately, Jacob gets to look at more land.
Sorry, not hard cast. Cast an actual Deceit, not a Superior Spider-Man Deceit. That was the evoke. I should use my terminology correctly. But it's all the same in the end.
All right, we are going to fetch and then fetch. We've got 2 mill triggers on the stack here.
What's Ryan looking for here?
Honestly, if you're able to find the Might Form Harmonizer, you're in a decently good position with the Ice Till Explorer. You're just able to make multiple land drops. You're able to get the escape tunnel out. At this point as well, if Ryan is able to rip the Might Form Harmonizer off the top, that's game. I'm pretty sure based on the number of lands, and with Jacob nearly tapped out, I apologize. There is a chance that he has a removal spell in hand.
I guess we don't know what the sideboarding was like, but I suppose if the Esper Origins did stay in the deck, that is it slightly increases the value of these Ice Till triggers, because it's a card that your deck has that's live in the graveyard that would be relevant in this spot. I mean, it draws a card to replace itself, produces a blocker, all of that good stuff. Doesn't look like Ryan's hit that yet, though. It may have even come out. So for now, we're playing with what we have, and okay, here's the Basting Says, multiple Basting Say activations, just like we talked about, suddenly out of nowhere giving this green deck some action when it had nothing going on.
Really, really impressive. And this could be, you can't attack in, unfortunately, because with the Harvester of Misery and the Superior Spider-Man, that is a lethal crackback. The Harvester of Misery having Menace as well is also frustrating.
I was about to say the same thing myself. It sucks that you can produce 3 creatures like this and you still may... I mean, I suppose with 9 life, Ryan has a little bit more wriggle room to play with. Maybe you just double block. It is a 5/4 Menace, so those 2/2/2s by themselves are a reasonable trade. Oh, never mind. Jacob Harvey has such a knack for ripping Day of Black Sun at the most crucial times, or perhaps more likely, actually, just holding at the game for this exact moment. A crushing blow as it mops up those cheap Earthbent lands. Obviously, their mana value is 0. They're lands. So
Jacob looking through Ryan's graveyard as well, which makes me feel like there's another Superior Spider-Man in hand.
That's such a concerning thing for your opponent to reach for on this deck.
Not enough mana to cast another Superior Spider-Man, of course. But
I'm just going window shopping for next turn.
The Harvester of Misery will be able to crack in for 5 now because there's only 1 blocker available.
I mean,
in
this
spot, consider trading the Ice Till for the Superior Spider-Man.
I mean, Ice Till hasn't been buffed, right? It's still base power toughness.
The Ice Till is still just a 2/4. Oh, that's right.
At that point, you're not even, like, this is a great attack for Jacob right now.
Looks like we're going to swing in with the team.
When you're this far ahead on life, why not? Yeah, block the one I can. Ryan definitely can't take this hit. He's only on 9 life and now down to 4. Tremendous position for Jacob Harvey, looking to level up this semifinal and take us to a game 3, Kira.
This would be really impressive. Counting out mana again. Looked like it was another land off the top. Oh, it is Esper Origins, so we did keep the Esper Origins in.
Slightly awkward to draw it. I mean, it gains some life and, okay, able to surveil another one over you. I think ideally don't cast the front side of this. You're surveilling it and then flashing it back, but has the mana at least to flash back immediately, and with seemingly not that much else to do, that's what we're going to go for. Better than nothing in a pinch. So now we're going to see Esper Maduin. That's Terra's father, I believe, for the Final Fantasy fans in the audience. But the important part here is it's a 4/4 creature, so we have another viable blocker. And if the top card of Ryan's deck is a permanent, it is going to replace itself.
We'll put it into our hand, and I'm sure Ryan was making a good effort to make sure
Great
that it was
hit. I mean, we could even play this Ice Still immediately. So for a card that not every mono green deck is running for sure, we're seeing the Esper Origins not let Ryan down. Opts to play out a Badgermaw Cub instead of that Ice Till, so both players are aware of that information. And for how bad that just looked, Ryan is able to kind of grab onto the edge of the cliff and hang in there one more turn.
If Jacob's able to get a second Day of Black Sun and cast for 2, for X equals 2,
oh, well, then that'd be brutal.
The game will be over.
Yes.
Just going to get in for 5 Menace.
I would like to block for 6. And the damage is going to go on to... Okay.
Well, I believe the escape tunnel was just
just a 1/1, of course, sorry.
Yeah.
I was tunnel vision on Ba Sing Se, so it does have just enough power to mop up both those creatures, but that's all right for Ryan Johns Lewis. I mean, there's still another Esper Origins in the graveyard, so he can go up to 10 life now, produce another 4/4, draw another card, and we're seeing this, I guess, in the way that other green decks are relying on Sapling Nursery for staying power, we're seeing the kind of staying power that Esper Origins offers here.
Really important to stabilize here. That life is going to matter. And we've got the backside, Esper Maduin.
I mean...
Mossborn Hydra.
Wow. Okay.
Here we go.
So we were right about the sideboarding choice. Mossborn Hydras are here.
Mossborn Hydra, and as well, you've got a Fabled Passage and an Escape Tunnel on the battlefield already.
Third Ba Sing Se.
2, and that's already going to be, I believe that's 4 and 8 already with the 2 fetches.
I wonder what Jacob's hand is, right? Because the last couple of turns, Jacob's been riding the creatures on the battlefield, but he hasn't added a lot more. So we would assume that he's sitting on some kind of gas. Were we waiting maybe for the Harvester to die so we could have a second Spider-Man hit that? Are we going to see it come down and hit a Deceit? Or are all these requests to check Ryan's graveyard just a little bit of Ledger Domain and mind games from Jacob Harvey?
Really incredible here as well. The other Ice Till Explorer, we're going to be able to replay the Fabled Passage and Escape Tunnel again. This Mossborn Hydra 8/8 now could be a 16/16, could also then go up to a 32/32 trample. And unless Jacob's sandbagging removal of some kind...
Well, you have to hope so on Jacob's behalf. I mean, Ice Still Explorer is even able to mill over the third Esper Origins, so we could easily present another 4/4, draw another card, and the fourth copy, it's insane.
The fourth in, and Jacob says that will do it. Thank you very much.
So Ryan Johns Lewis, both in play, like nerves of steel, but also the deck building decisions absolutely showing up. The sideboard Mossborn Hydra instantly crushing that game after he's able to stabilize with multiple copies of Esper Origins. And Jacob Harvey, that looks so close, and to fall back and end up bowing out 2-0 here, that's got to be brutal.
A huge congratulations to Ryan Johns Lewis on Mono Green Landfall, who will be advancing to the finals here at Regional Championship 11 in Sydney, Australia. There's a Worlds invite on the line, Thomas, and whew, it's getting tense at the top now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the air kind of got sucked out of me from that game. It felt brutal. I mean, I'll comfort myself by saying that at least, you know, we've seen some great play from Jacob Harvey. He is already locked for the Pro Tour. Having made the top 8, all of these players have booked their seats then. I'm sure that's a pretty good consolation prize to be going home with. But, man, it looked like he was going to be staying in the running there for that world spot, and suddenly Mono Green, the raw power of that deck, snatches it away from him.
We're so ready for it. We've got another semifinals match for you that'll be on in just a moment. We'll be back in just a second. Hello, oofs and ATOGs. Welcome back to the booth. I'm Kira Turetsky, and I am joined by the esteemed Molly Rowe. We're here at the start of Semifinal 2 at Regional Championship 11 here in Sydney, Australia. How are you feeling for this one, Molly?
I am super excited to see what happens next. We have a thrilling match between Is It Lessons and Mono Green Landfall. A very different Mono Green Landfall deck than we saw in the previous semifinals, though.
It is true, and so as you can see on the screen, this is our top four, our second semifinal match. These players are playing for the chance to go to the finals and a chance to get invited to Worlds. Lot on the line, as well as a $10,000 prize pool. On the top, we've got Elspeth McGillivray on Is It Lessons, Simon Lindenbury on the bottom on Mono Green, and as you said, this is a very different Mono Green build than the one that we just saw. No, this version is playing Sapling Nursery and is playing Mossborn Hydra main deck. This is the version that I'm most familiar with. I think this is the version that you're playing as well, you said? Are you playing mono green?
This is the one that I've seen the most over
Aha.
the week. So I also think that this is probably the one positioned best based on the amount of mono green landfall we've seen in the meta here at Sydney over the last 2 days.
It definitely is a consideration. Do you play Sapling Nursery main deck? Do you play 4 main deck, 2, and then 2 in the side? There's a huge discussion about what the power of that card is. Affinity for Forest's really important, and the landfall deck is able to ramp very, very quickly. It's still an 8 mana enchantment, though.
It is.
So you have to be careful.
Cost reduction is real with this. The deck is majority playing forests, but it is still an 8-cost enchantment. And, you know, we saw that there was a lot of value to the other builds of this mono-green deck that have more of a protection package against all of the spot-targeted removal that you can see across the field at these competitive levels.
Super exciting. In this matchup, who do you want to win? Because I know I know what I want.
Simon is a very lovely person, but I would love to see Is It Lessons deck get up here. And I also, like, from a predictions perspective, Elspeth was our #1 seed coming into the top 8, and therefore she gets the privilege of being on the play, and I think that that's going to be the advantage that she needs to take down this 3-match semi-final.
Ooh, very exciting. Okay, I like mono green.
Okay.
I'm still going for mono green landfall. The first deck that I ever played in Standard was a Gruul landfall deck back in the Zendikar Rising era, back when you were playing like a Coom Hellhound and Brushfire Elemental. Oh, how our uncommons have changed over the years.
That is entirely fair. I loved that deck. I loved that set. So I blame you not at all for being a mono green fanatic. But look, I just love the synergy that's inherent in this this Is It Lessons deck. I think that the way that it puts together its cost reduction, the way that it cantrips all the way through, the way that it just accumulates prowess triggers one after the other, and, you know, the ability to play Ancestral Recall in Standard is definitely just my jam.
Look, and mono green, interestingly, is still an aggressive deck, and both players are going to want to move faster and go bigger than the other as quickly as possible. The faster that Simon's able to get together any combination of Chocobo, Elves, Cub, Earthbender Ascension, and as quickly as Elspeth can get together Grand, Storm Chaser's Talent, Artist Talent, Monument, the faster these matches will be over. And as you said, Elspeth does have the privilege of being on the play, and that's going to be really huge for this Lessons deck.
Yeah, I think Elspeth needs to go out hard and fast in these games where she is on the play, needs to get some damage on the board, and then can potentially have some leeway to settle back once Monument's in play and do some remote damage through those discard triggers on Monument of Endurance. So, you know, want to get that damage in as early as possible, go wide, get some prowess triggers, and then we can see that Monument of Endurance sitting in her hand right now. So this may be... Oh, not enough land, I think.
No, I think it's almost too much. That was going to be 2 Boomerang Basics, a Monument to Endurance, and then 4 lands. And there is something to be said for keeping this hand. And I think the line for keeping this hand is Simon going to go all in on the early turns? Am I going to be able to effectively time walk this person if I just consistently bounce the Llanowar Elves and bounce the Cub and just keep kind of setting him back? Or is Simon going to play conservatively because this is open deck list and they know what the other is on? Is this a moment where Simon, similar to how Jacob went in our previous semifinals match, just goes, I'm going to sandbag. I'm not going to move quickly. I'm going to take my time, let this develop, because the slower that you move, the slower I can move.
And Elspeth definitely has the opportunity to become the tempo player in this matchup. We saw her do it when she was on the draw in Game 2 of our round 8 yesterday. But I don't think that's where she wants to be right now while she's here on the play against mono green. I think that as much as it worked really well against that Monument Rakdos discard deck, it doesn't set you up as well against this mono green green deck where they're playing cards like Badgermole Cub, which are not just coming into play themselves, but also earthbending a land and, you know, leaving something behind as they get bounced.
100%. And that's going to be no turn 1 play for Elspeth, but a turn 2 Artist Talent. And then we're going to double Chocobo for Simon into an escape tunnel. And that's going to trigger and we're going to get 2 counters on the Chocobos. And now that's really important as well because the targeted removal like Firebending Lesson or Combustion Technique initially only deal 2 damage, and these Chocobos now have 3 toughness. So really important to get them and grow them very, very quickly, Simon, recognizing the threat that lies ahead.
What an incredibly aggressive start from Simon Linneberry. I'm sure he opened his 7 cards, saw 3 land, an elf, and 2 Chocobos, and went, yes.
This is fine. This is totally keepable.
Yeah, this is fine, and I'm not even on fire.
Yeah. Elspeth as well, if she's got the monument in hand, has the ability to decide to play it, but if she doesn't, Simon can just decide to crack across for 5 on this turn, or even better probably is going to play another land, and it'll be an attack for 7.
Yeah, Elspeth looking at this board, knowing that by next turn she is facing down quite a lot of damage. Each of those Chocobos represent the ability to have at least 4 damage each by next turn.
Elspeth as well saying, I'm going to play it risky. I'm going to play it to the strengths of the deck. Going to slam the monument to endurance, which will trigger the artist talent. So we're going to have a draw discard.
See Storm Chaser's talent hit the bin and a draw. Look, I don't hate this play. I think we're setting up for future turns. Elspeth says, if you can do me 20 next turn, good game, let's go to game 2, which I think is a fair assumption. I don't think that we're looking down the barrel of 20 damage next turn right now.
Not quite, but it's getting tense.
Harmonizer?
I believe this is going to, it's an Ice Till Explorer, which is, some would say, better. We are going to have 3 triggers. Let me tell you, this monogreen landfall deck, this is triggers.deck.
Yeah, it is so consistent as well, though. Like, how many times have we seen this on coverage over the last 2 days is just the ability to generate damage out of thin air, or out of the graveyard, as it were.
Elspeth's targeted removal looking quite poor in this position as well, because especially Combustion Technique, in order to scale up how much damage is being done by the technique, there need to be more lessons in the graveyard, and there's currently nothing there. So both Firebending Lesson, Combustion Technique, only going to do 2 damage, which isn't enough for those Chocobos.
Yeah, we're seeing Elspeth take 8 here. Simon Linneberry choosing not to crack his escape tunnel to deal 2 additional damage right there. What do you think was kind of the way up for Simon there?
Look, you could decide, depending, the Firebending Lesson has a kicker cost. We're, of course, 1 mana short of kicking it, which would deal 5 damage. You could be holding the escape tunnel up just in case there is some kind of removal that will deal X amount of damage, like 5 in this instance. You'd be able to crack the escape tunnel, get an additional counter onto the Chocobo and save it. Not something we're looking at in this position. What Elspeth probably wants more than anything else is Boomerang Basics right now to be able to reset the Chocobos. Instead, it's going to be Abandon Attachments. We're going to discard a card and then draw 2. Also have a Monument trigger as well. Could just go ahead and make a treasure here so we have access to more mana and we can cast more spells. Or we could go ahead and just refuel and draw another card.
Yeah, I think that's what we saw. I think we saw Elspeth desperately digging for that Boomerang Basics, as you said. So now that the Abandoned Attachments is resolving, discarding a Steam Vents as its additional cost, and now drawing 2 cards.
Difficult thing as well, if we head back to Simon's turn, if he has a Harmonizer in hand, that will be it. With the Ice Till Explorer providing additional land drops, if Simon is able to, if he has a Harmonizer and is able, oh, it's a copper. one copper. There we go. That's a proper treasure.
Thank you.
I always think of treasure as gold. So the copper felt, that's not it's a quarter of a treasure.
Yeah, that's a slightly tarnished treasure you got right there.
100%. We are going to tap the Verge. It does look like there is a Firebending Lesson in hand now, which is just a little bit awkward now.
A little bit too little too late there, unfortunately.
Discarding another monument. We've got a Storm Chaser's talent, trigger.
3 to the face.
Yeah, we've accessed all modes except deal 3, so we'll have no option but to bolt Simon for 3.
We saw that just reflected on Simon's life pad.
He's like, okay, go ahead.
Yep. And that Storm Chaser talent obviously bringing with it an Otter. It's just, we said mono green might be triggers.deck. I think if anybody could take that title from them, it might be Izzet Lessons.
You know what, you're probably right. Between the artist talent and the monument, quite similar there.
We were discussing earlier on stream when I was paired with the incomparable Thomas Anderson about our favourite otter tokens, and this is mine. This is Mr. Business Otter. He has come to do business and means to do business.
I do believe as well, this is the RK Post otter as well, so a very
is.
fancy business otter from a well-known magic artist. All right, little bit of a pause here from Simon. Feels like the Harmonizer is not in hand. There is that 1 mana being represented from that treasure. Could be a Boomerang Basics. And we do have the Harmonizer. It is warped. It is not the full cost. Could have tapped the Llanowar Elves, but what I see the choice here, if Elspeth has... So we're going to Firebending Lesson. The only target is the Llanowar Elves here. Tap for a green, totally reasonable. We're going to discard and draw. Prowess on the otter.
And triggering a monument
Monument trigger
activation.
as well. Elspeth
Not
says
enough.
that is nothing that I can do. Game 1 going to Simon Linnebury on mono green. Woo! That is everything the deck loves to do, and you were totally right. That opening hand, if I see a bunch of chocobos and a bunch of lands, let's jam. Having a look at Elspeth's sideboard, though, let's discuss how are we going to go up against this deck. First thing I'm seeing is Flash Freeze.
Yeah, look, absolutely. Elspeth gets the opportunity now to, again, be on the play, but she has the role within this matchup of going to have to be a slightly more controlling player. We know that targeted removal only matches up well at instant speed in response to some of those landfall triggers, right? So she's looking at combustion technique, she's looking at firebending lessons, but she's going to have them early. They need to be in response to those first landfall triggers for chocobos and Badger Mole Cubs.
Slagstorm looking really fantastic here as well, deals 3 damage to each creature. Is, of course, far more defensive. You don't want to, of course, Slagstorm your Gran or your own Otter tokens, but is a good way to clean up some of the Llanowar Elves, Badger Mole Cubs, and Earthbent lands that mono green can produce. Seer as well looking good. A null really only hits the sapling nurseries and potentially Melt Strider's Resolve, but when there's only the 1 copy of a null in the sideboard, probably not going to be able to line it up just the right way. But looking at Essence Scatter, Flash Freeze, potentially Iroh's Demonstration, Slagstorm, just a bit more targeted removal that hits for a little bit more than 2 damage.
I think Iroh's Demonstration is a difficult one, that sorcery speed element, making it a little bit harder to be as interactive as you're going to need to be in this matchup. There's also an argument to be made for Elspeth just being like, I'm on the aggressive plan, off we go, I'm on the play, I've got to really make sure that the hand that I keep is moving as fast as possible.
Shifting over to Simon Linnebury's mono green landfall deck. Keen-Eyed Curator and Soul Guide Lantern picks 1 and 2. Anything that interacts with the graveyard and gets lessons out of the graveyard is going to be really, really key and important. Paw Patch Formation as well, really good. You can destroy target enchantment. Not too much artifact interaction, though, so the Monument is probably going to be sticking around, but Paw Patch can hit both Artist talent and Storm Chaser's talent.
Yeah, this mono-green deck from Simon Linnebury notably missing the Leatherhead that we saw in previous builds of this mono-green landfall deck that would have had very strong answers to the artifact that is Monument of Endurance, as well as the enchantment package in both Storm Chaser's talent and Artist talent in this Lessons deck.
You can make an argument to me for Surak, Elusive Hunter as well. The spell can't be countered, which is good in the face of things like Spell Pierce, not Spell Pierce, but Quench, as well as being able to, again, with so much of Elspeth's removal being targeted. All right, go ahead. I'll draw a card. And that's been the theme for these mono-green landfall decks, even up against Dimir decks, even up against the Lessons and Prowess decks. When the removal is so unbelievably targeted, I love drawing cards, if I do say so myself.
Look, this is a very rough matchup for Elspeth, right? I genuinely believe that this mono-green deck kind of developed into the meta game as one of the responses to the Is It Lessons deck. And as much as I said that I'd love to see Elspeth come out on top here, I think it's going to be a very uphill battle for her right now, coming back from 1 game down.
Depending on how this next match goes as well, there's a world in which we head straight into a mono-green mirror for the finals. But two very different flavors of mono green. You know, celery versus cucumber in a way.
Look, I don't hate it. I know that we always want an incredible diversity, but I actually think that we had a very diverse top 8, and I think the mono green landfall in all of its variants is demonstrating that it was a response to, you know, the prime decks within the meta game at the moment, and that is why we've seen so much of it here at ANZ Magic Super Series Sydney.
You know, I said this yesterday, but it bears repeating again. I think Standard is in this really interesting position right now, and it's the style of metagame, I refer to it as a crab bucket metagame.
Okay.
Where you've got so many, you've got this bucket, and the bucket is Standard, and it's full of crabs, and the crabs are all the different decks that are currently being played and all the different archetypes. And there's so many crabs in the bucket right now, and so what they're doing is they're kind of climbing all over on top of one another, and you have a deck that gets to the top of an event and wins, and then something brings it back in check and drags it back down into the rest of the chum bucket, and you have something that's, you know, crawling on top of another. When you have these decks that are kind of piling on top of each other, vying for dominance, vying for a metagame share, and you end up with this really broad spread of decks across the metagame. You've got mono green landfall, you've got is it lessons, is it prowess, you've got spelementals, you've got reanimator, you've got sultai elementals, you have so many, you've got mono white life game right now with Momo decks. Like, there is so much happening right now, and we've even seen, you know, Simic Rhythm, Bant Rhythm. There's so much going on. We even had some decks yesterday. We had Azorius Tempo. We had, I believe we had Teamer Tempo as well. There's so much happening in Standard right now. It is so unbelievably exciting. And we're going to dive straight into match number 2, Simon Linnebury up a game against Elspeth McGillivray.
Yeah, look, I endorse everything that you've just said there, Kira. I think that the metagame for Standard is the most healthy and the most interesting that it has been for a really long time. I think that as one deck gains supremacy on one weekend, we see an immediate response from the meta saying, I think that my deck can take that down. You know, we saw the rise of Dimir Excruciator, and we've seen the rise of things like this mono green deck that kind of prey upon that, as well as Is It Lessons then going, well, don't be too slow about that. You know, it is creating a really... Crabs in the bucket is an interesting metaphor to have chosen. I was.
It's very visual. It's very visual. But what we saw from Elspeth in game 1 is that going slow was not good.
Yeah.
Taking that extra time to the artist talent, deciding on turn 3 to jam the Monument to Endurance rather than potentially hold up some kind of interaction, really, really risky.
Land, sear, quench,
abandoned attachments.
Yep.
This looks pretty good. It is not aggressive, but it is a mitigating hand. You're also going to be able to sculpt like really to your liking with the abandoned attachments. It's slow. You're hopefully going to catch something coming down with the quench on Simon's second turn. But with the way that the mono green landfall deck goes, if Simon lands in Llanowar Elves on turn 1, something getting quenched on turn 2 is not the end of the world, and Elspeth decides this hand, while decently curved, doesn't do enough. We're going to mulligan again.
Yeah, lacking any creatures, lacking any ability for Elspeth to be the aggressor. That hand was very reactive, and as much as you say, you know, it might take something inherent out, the problem is if Simon Linnebury goes turn 1 Llanowar Elf, turn 2 Chocobo, you can't even quench it.
Yeah.
It might get the second Chocobo if he manages to replicate his game 1 hand, but it's still in a position of high threat.
Going to be abandoned attachments, looks like 3 lands.
Yeah, land, artist talent, firebending, lesson.
Look, and it's not a bad, you know, Elspeth choosing to bottom one of the lands, not a bad decision here with the abandoned attachments. Oh, there's 3 lands, my apologies. So bottom to 4th land, love that.
Yeah. And I think that this is a stronger reactive hand. It may still be reactive. Elspeth may still not be able to quite be the aggressor right now. But with that instant speed firebending lesson, she'll be able to remove the turn 1 play from Simon Linnebury. Although we are just seeing a tapped forest off the back of an escape tunnel.
Sometimes there's a little bit of a slower start for these mono green decks. We've seen a couple times that they start on Escape Tunnel. Really interesting. Sometimes a signal that they have an Ice Tunnel Explorer in hand already, and they're going to be able to just reliably get that down. And better to get the tapped land out of the way now early into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a chuckle. I was listening to the commentary on your last round where Tom called out that attacking for 4 on turn 3 is considered slow rolling in this deck, and it can be true. And I feel like Elspeth is either considering a quench or the firebending lesson here immediately on the cub. We'll see that before the end of Simon's turn, I imagine. So it hits the field.
I was going to say, we did mulligan the hand that had the quench in it.
That's true. Yep. So instead, we're seeing an abandoned attachments. Okay. Confident that she can instead just remove the cub in her own turn.
I love this. This is
disciplined play.
I was going to say, this is so, big aura to decide, yeah, I'm going to discard my Ancestral Recall. You go, oh, well, I don't love that, to be honest.
Well, it's not quite there yet. It is currently still just an anticipate.
Firebending lesson onto the Earthbent land, going to reset it.
Okay.
Again, I don't hate mitigating. There is a flash freeze in hand for Elspeth, so any green spell, which I don't know how to tell you this. Simon's whole deck is green spells.
I was going to say, there's not a lot of anything else there.
Except the Soul Guide Lantern. If we boarded in the Soul Guide Lantern, then we will not have...
Unfortunately, Simon immediately follows up with the only threat that cannot be countered, a Surak. But...
Yep, and then once it resolves, Combustion Technique will exile the Surak as well. And the Combustion Technique has leveled up because there are multiple lessons in the graveyard. But Simon, of course, getting to draw a card off of the Surak being targeted.
So, Elspeth giving her opponent a card, but going, Surak is too much of a threat.
And I do believe we got in for 2 damage with the Badgermole Cub as well. We'll make sure the life totals get updated in just a moment. Elspeth is on 18 now.
That's correct. Why do we think Elspeth hit the Earthbended land instead of the Cub with that lesson?
I'm going to think on that one for a second. Look, and I think it's just a mana acceleration concern. Like, genuinely, as I've said to Tom that occasionally in the mono green landfall deck, Badgermole Cub is a false flag operation. And I think that might even be something that Elspeth's considering here. Once you have played the Badgermole Cub and you've earthbent the land, oftentimes that's all you need to do. And if you can get your opponent to expend a removal spell of some sort on the Badgermole Cub, that's another removal spell that they're not able to use on a Mossborn Hydra, on an Ice Tunnel Explorer, on a Mightform Harmonizer. And when you are so light on creatures, as Elspeth is in this Lessons deck, unless she's boarded in the Quantum Riddlers, there's 8 quote-unquote creatures between the Storm Chaser's talent and the Grand. Of course, if you are targeting your Storm Chaser's talent multiple times, you can pretend there's 12 creatures if every Boomerang Basics hits your Storm Chaser's talent.
Yeah. Look, I completely get that. I just feel like in Simon Linneberry's deck, where he's running things like Earthbender's Ascension and the capability to earthbend additional lands means that, like through alternative means that Badgermole Cub still sitting on the battlefield represents immediate ramp.
Absolutely. And of course, if Simon's able to play a second Badgermole Cub, earthbend a forest, it now taps for 3. That is now cause for concern for sure. But oftentimes, and this would be a moment for it, if this is, and it's a Soul Guide Lantern, which I was just thinking in my head, and I manifested it onto the board, just thinking Soul Guide Lantern would be really fantastic. We're going to exile the Accumulate Wisdom, and now Simon has a really powerful play here. Oh, and there is another Badgermole Cub. What can I say, guys? I'm psychic.
It's the best talent you can possibly have if you are in the commentary booth, is already knowing exactly what your opponent or what the players are about to do.
And that flash freeze is going to hit the Badgermole Cub on the stack. But I would have loved to have seen, I have a feeling what Simon would have done is Badgermole Cub, Earthbend Trigger, targeting the Fabled Passage, just so that we can get more lands out of the deck as well, because Fabled Passage, of course, does not tap for mana on its own, so you can't float 3 on that.
That's correct.
Simon's going to crack the Soul Guide Lantern, looks like in Elspeth's upkeep, to make sure that we are resetting. So any potential Grand or Accumulate Wisdoms would not have any kind of discount attached. Artist Talent is going to be the go. And back to Simon, choosing not to crack the Fabled Passage. I have a feeling this is either a Teamer Harmonizer or maybe a Chocobo in hand to leave the Fabled Passage on the field.
I thought I saw a flash of a cub off the top, but Chocobo
Cub off
first.
the top would also be good. Look, and you're in a position with the Fabled Passage now because you have the 4 lands. The land would enter untapped. And so what you could potentially do is you could go crack the Fabled Passage, go get a forest, play the Badger Mole Cub, Earthbend onto a forest now. Now it does tap for 3.
Yeah, so we're seeing a forest and a Fabled Passage and a Ba Sing Se in hand at the moment, and there's one other card that I can't identify.
Firebending Lesson onto the Chocobo as the target, and then we have a draw, we have a discard and then draw from the Artist Talent.
Yeah, so this is in response to the forest hitting the battlefield and creating an enter the battlefield effect for Size Chocobo. Simon Lindenberry obviously can respond with the Fabled Passage, but only for 1 trigger, and therefore not enough to get rid of, or not enough for the Chocobo to be big enough for the Firebending Lesson.
Simon's version of Mono Green Landfall also does not play Royal Treatment, so there isn't an ability to snap protect the Chocobo. Gonna get in, that Badger Mole Cub is doing some damage. Elspeth down to 14 now. We are gonna go crack the Fabled Passage. This could be an Ice Till Explorer here now as well to get that Fabled Passage straight back.
Yep.
Could also be looking at getting Escape Tunnel back. Depending on how far we get into the game, if there's a Harmonizer, if Elspeth puts down a Storm Chaser's talent next turn, you could make the Badger Mole Cub unblockable and then harmonize and then just start smashing, smashing, smashing. Ooh, and this is gonna be a cycled Web Strike Elite. So the cycle on Web Strike Elite, cycle for X green green. When you cycle this card, destroy up to 1 target artifact or enchantment with mana value X. So this is what we missed in the fine print on dealing with the Monument to Endurance is the Web Strike Elite.
Yeah, and I believe this is main deck for Simon Lindenberry, because we saw it yesterday in coverage just coming in as a 3/3 body to block really well against the mono white deck.
Good timing as well, because Elspeth does cast the Monument to Endurance.
Good timing for who, Kira?
For Simon, of course. Well, look, and it depends. You know, did you want to expend, because the cycling on the Web Strike Elite would have been 5, and that's spending your whole turn to get rid of the Monument to Endurance. Having a quick look at what's been exiled so far. Still only 1 lesson in the graveyard for Elspeth at the moment.
Yeah, it really, I think, depends on how you're going to value those threats. The leveling up of the Artist Talent, which surely would have come over the next turn, discounting all of those spells in hand, could have been a real driver for Simon Lindenberry. I'm not sure if he would have made the same choice, knowing that there's a Monument in hand, which can often be the big bad threat of this Is It Lessons deck. But definitely, I think the Artist Talent fueling the ongoing cantrip ability of Elspeth's hand currently. So I think a good choice from Simon there.
Fabled Passage, Earthbender Ascension. Now the question is, are we going to target Fabled Passage? We are. I often love, I'm very selfish in my mono green landfall ways. I love earthbending onto either an Escape Tunnel or a Fabled Passage. Even in moments where you have the Badger Mole Cub and there's a world in which the mana acceleration is helpful.
Yeah.
I love doing it onto a fetch land, getting it back, multiple landfall triggers. Mwah, chef's kiss.
I'm with you here, Kira. I feel like that is a great line for this deck.
Cracking across for 4, Elspeth down to 10.
Simon really just chipping away in this game. You know, not the modus operandi of this mono green deck in most instances. Normally it's go big or go home with you know, that Harmonizer or Ouroboros and just Mossborn Hydra getting really big really quickly. But instead chipping away for 2 damage. Lots of little 2/2s.
Elspeth as well just unfortunately has not been able to hit the aggressive stride that the Lessons deck is often so known for. Without the Artist Talent to go along along with the Monument to Endurance. The card refinement is just a little bit worse than usual. And here's something really, really dangerous. What Elspeth does not know is that Simon has a Bossing Say in hand. And we can Earthbend onto that Fabled Passage, use to go ahead and get aggressive, but we are just going to hard cast Quantum Riddler.
But notably having to shock in a shock land to do so, taking her own life total to 8.
Simon just
Very
ripped
precarious.
a Harmonizer off the top as well.
Never didn't have it, Kira. Simon's been drawing like he's going to Worlds all day, and it's good to see
It is
that
no
that's
exception right now.
Yeah.
If we are able, depending on the sequencing of this, if there is an Ice Till Explorer in hand, I
don't
believe
there is. There might be.
there might be. If there is, Fabled Passage cracked, come back, you get an additional land. Warp Harmonize. You could cast Ice Till Explorer, Warp Harmonizer, play Escape Tunnel from the graveyard, give Badgermole Cub unblockable, and then you'll double the power. Okay, hard cast Smart Farm Harmonizer means there's no Ice Till Explorer. Bossing Say. And that's
Trigger.
Yeah, trigger. Trigger, we're going to double the Badgermole Cub's power. We have a landfall trigger on the Earthbender Ascension as well. Doing a little bit of math here. This Badgermole Cub already, we're going to sacrifice Badgermole Cub up to 8. And I believe with the additional landfall trigger, Earthbender Ascension will go to 4, give the Badgermole Cub trample, and I believe it'll be 16 power, which is going to be game if my math is correct.
Your math is correct, Kira. That's exactly the line. Yeah, sacrificing the Fabled Passage here gives you the trigger as it returns from being Earthbended. It also allows you to fetch up a forest, which is 2 more triggers. Earthbender Ascension goes to 4, places a counter on Badgermole Cub, gives it trample, and means that there's 3 total Mightform Harmonizer triggers in terms of doubling power.
So I've Earthbent onto the Fabled Passage, and then I've sacrificed it. It comes back into play.
It's
both of these triggers have to resolve before I get my
Elspeth is doing her due diligence here, making sure that Simon not only has the math, does the math correctly, announces his triggers, does them in the correct order. These are the things that you have to do. This is a very competitive game.
With Elspeth tapped out as well, the lanes are wide open for Simon to make this play. Fabled Passage comes back. Trigger Earthbender Ascension and Mightform Harmonizer.
So we've
double
done
the
that.
power. Then we're going to go resolve the fetch. Get a forest. It will come back untapped.
That will be the 3rd trigger. Earthbender goes up to 4.
Earthbender up to 4. We get another counter, and you can stack it to put the counter on Badgermole Cub before the Mightform Harmonizer double. So it could even be an attack for 36. My math is getting wonky once we get past 16 and doubling it again and again.
It depends on exactly when the doubles happen, but it's safe to say, with Elspeth sitting at 8 and only 5 toughness of blocking capability on the field and fully tapped out, that this is an endgame.
And that is going to be Simon Linnebury on mono green heading to the finals. Congratulations. We'll bring you back up into the booth for a quick debrief.
Welcome back to the booth. My name's Molly Rowe. I'm here with the incomparable Kira Turetsky. So you have just seen an incredible match. It is our 2nd semi-final now over and done with. So we are about to take you right to the finals of ANZ Magic Super Series Sydney. This is the last weekend for this cycle of regional qualifiers of Magic. So this is one of our last opportunities to push 10 players to the Pro Tour from this competition, as well as at least 1 invite to Worlds. And we are about to find out who gets that invite. Both pilots, mono green.
Mono green landfall mirror into the finals. We're so excited to bring this one to you. Whoever wins the next match is going to Worlds. We'll be back shortly with the finals.
Thanks for joining us.
Hello and welcome back. We are here at the finals of Regional Championship 11 here in Sydney, Australia. We're about to get down to mean green business in the mono green landfall mirror. But before then, Tom, what have we got coming up for our competitive lovers?
Oh, absolutely. Could not be remiss enough to not mention Spotlight The Hobbit. That's Spotlight Brisbane. If you care about where it is, obviously we care because it's here in Australia. We rarely get events of this global scale this far away from the rest of the world, but we would absolutely love to host everyone down under. And of course, I'll be going up to Brisbane, enjoying the sunny sights of that coast, and of course the big modern tournament that's happening there this August.
Super excited to be Spotlight Series Brisbane. That'll be August 28th through the 30th, coming up soon. But now we're here. We're in Sydney. The format is standard, and we've got an incredible mirror down on the feature match table for you. Let's take you on down and get things going.
Yeah, mono green absolutely has been the deck of the tournament and has proven that even before 2 out of the 3 copies in our top 8 made it to the finals. Not without trial. There's been a lot of games going back and forth here, but both Ryan Johns-Lewis and Simon Lindenberry have done just enough to stay in the winners column through our single elimination, and bracket here. And now we see Ryan wasting no time, a third starts as Chocobo. I think that's a new record. We've seen double Chocobo start a lot of times. What about triple Chocobo? What can Simon do against this?
This is going to be a really interesting matchup. This matchup between Mono Green, the mirror, it is a race. It is who can get down the threats fastest. A lot of it comes down to Mossborn Hydra, and Simon is going to be the Mono Green player with the Mossborn Hydras in the main. This matchup is so exciting. We're going to see what the kind of spicy differences between these two flavors of Mono Green Landfall, how they line up, and which one is going to stack out on top.
Well, I heard you express both right here and more clearly in the previous round that you think Simon Lindenberry's deck is favored here in the mirror. And I'll be honest, you might be right about that, but I think it actually is closer than it might first appear. Ryan Johns-Lewis doesn't have mainboard access to that Hydra, but he does have cheaper spells overall. He has more combat tricks, which can sometimes be relevant, like Meltstrider's Resolve there can pick off a key creature at a key moment. And I think that he's got a real chance here, especially with this great of an opening. So it'll be interesting to see, does the more tempo-oriented build of the Landfall deck take the trumps here, or is it Simon Lindenberry's deck that's been grinding with that really powerful Sapling Nursery?
Well, looking at Ryan's hand, that is not going to be a third land drop for Ryan, so it is going to be a really tense moment because Ryan is going to be a little bit farther behind on mana than Simon is, and Mightform Hyrenizer coming down first for Simon, full cost as well. So that means now every time we have a landfall trigger, we're going to get additional doubling power. Ice Till Explore, this is a setup phase. This is setting up for the nuts, and here is exactly the answer to that. Fabled Passage enter, we're going to double the power and toughness of the Badgermole Cub. That is a 4/4. We're going to mill from the Ice Till Explorer, Mossborn Hydra away. We are going to crack the Fabled Passage, go get a forest. This forest will come in untapped because we do control 4 lands. Another Mightform Harmonizer, another Ice Till Explorer on the stack.
Yeah, so Simon Lindenberry here is very meticulous about it. Obviously a very experienced Magic player, has a lot of, sculpts and achievements to his name back when we had the previous organized play system before this whole system. He joked before, I think he said this is his first or second RC. Don't let that fool you. This is a skilled operator. And the targeting of these Harmonizer triggers is really important. Do you just stack up and make one creature? Obviously right now we have the Badgermole Cub as sort of the main eligible target, but later on, I'm curious to see how they're distributed to sort of maximize damage. For now, I mean, I don't think this is going to be immediately lethal like we saw from the Harmonizer attack in last game, but it is a very serious threat.
It's really interesting as well, and the differences between two of these lists. Simon is playing the full 4 copies of Mightform Harmonizer in the main. Ryan Johns-Lewis only playing 3 copies in the main, and I do believe I saw one in hand as well. Now, thankfully, Ryan Johns-Lewis did hit the Badgermole Cub, which means that Forest will be able to tap for an additional green, but otherwise, the rest of his hand not looking too good. There's an Esper Origins, and we are going to put a tiny little Chocobo in front of the large Badgermole Cub.
Sorry, little birdie. I mean, it's funny to think, isn't it? You're stuck on 2 lands, and it's not even really an issue with mana. You're just sad you don't have extra land drops because you can't be growing those Chocobos. I mean, it really undermines this potentially great start of having triple 1 mana threat in a matchup that you've identified as being about speed, and then, unfortunately, the usual trick of making those Chocobos enormous isn't happening because we just don't have the lands.
I'm trying to take a peek at Ryan John's hands, and I don't believe there was a land off the top for this turn. And as well, what Simon is representing with this Fabled Passage is he's representing doubling another creature's power and toughness
Okay.
if Ryan Johns decides to go to attack. Earthbender Ascension is going to be the move, and this Badger Mill Cup is really consequential then. Now as well, we're going to be able to tap for 4, so we're kind of, you know, getting a little bit cheeky, and we are going to be able to fetch out another forest, but this is a slower start.
Yeah, it's a good consolation prize, but especially because we had to target the Earthbender Ascension. Earthbending onto one of the lands we tapped to cast it really limits how much strength you can add to the board in the immediate time frame. And since your opponent just resolved a hard cast, remember, Mightform Harmonizer, you have to be really worried about what can be done to you next turn. Simon Lindenbury just qualified here, if you were watching us on the previous round of coverage, just made it into Grand Finals through an absolute blowout turn off a Mightform Harmonizer, attacking for 20 points of damage. Now could be, you know, about to unleash that same fury once again on Ryan Johns-Lewis.
Now a really interesting story for Ryan Johns-Lewis, placed in 7th overall in the Swiss, LCQ'd into the finals.
Wow, that's a real doing it the hard way kind of run, and it is especially in top 8, because that seeding really matters. Obviously, Magic players, no one needs to be told how important it can be to, you know, win the die roll or whatever other method you're using, randomized going first. In the top 8, it's not randomized. Some people aren't included into this. Seeding determines who gets the choice of play or draw, and so especially in a best of 3, the fact that Simon Lindenbury placed higher in the Swiss than his monogreen counterpart here means that he's on the play here in game 1, could potentially take that out, and then that gives him the edge throughout the rest of this grand final matchup.
Having a look here for Simon Lindenbury as well, I have missed if this is going to be Simon's, if we're at Ryan Johns' end stat, because we did crack the Fabled Passage, we milled an escape tunnel. Depending on where we are in the phases, if we go back, if this is not Simon's main phase, we're just cycling, okay.
Yeah, so that's one of Simon's little tech pieces in the deck, right? That's one of the flex slots, the Web Strike Elite.
Depending on where we are, because we milled an
Simon's
escape
turn
tunnel,
now, he just draws for turn.
we can make something unblockable, and
Yes.
depending on how many times we're able to double, I believe we can get there.
So you can play the escape tunnel, and that makes some triggers, but you can respond and make sure that the escape tunnel effect resolves, and then kind of go on with the rest of your normal harmonizer sequence.
Yeah. So there is a Mightform Harmonizer doubling trigger on the stack. In response to that doubling trigger, we're going to make it unblockable.
Yeah.
Going to mill Archdruid's Charm. We will have another land draw. So that was additional land drop number 1. Play another. 2 more triggers. We have a doubling and a doubling. Fetch. And I believe this Badger Mill Cub is unblockable.
Yeah. And it's going to 3 doubling triggers.
Yeah. So 2 to 4 to 8 to 16 unblockable.
It shows you just how terrifying this deck is. If there was, if that Earthbender Ascension had been on the battlefield, it'd be all she wrote right now. Simon Lindenbury, wow,
And
just
that's
has
going
it,
to
follows up with
do it.
another Icefall Explorer. That just gets, that's a crazy way. I mean, I guess I kind of spoke into existence, not that the deck needs much help, but the explosiveness, once again, of the monogreen landfall deck is shown off. And all that Ryan Johns-Lewis can do is laugh, right? He's on the same stuff. It could as easily have been his deck, but, you know, splashing out that much damage, but just couldn't find the lands.
All right, heading into sideboarding. For Ryan Johns-Lewis, the first thing that is coming out is every copy of Royal Treatment. We're going to take those straight out, and we're going to grab the Mossborn Hydras and put those straight in.
Yeah, I guess in this case, like, you can't criticize the deck building that got you into the top 8, and 2 of our 3 monogreen players in the top 8 were on this kind of list that's more interactive, but that's not really where it's at in the monogreen mirror. You're not really trying to block removal spells from your opponent or punish them with Serac. So yeah, that stuff needs to come out, go into the sideboard, and you can bring in hopefully something more relevant. What does, actually appeal to you here, other than the Hydras?
Other than the Hydras, you can stay pretty linear amongst this. You can take the 2 copies of Serac out and the 2 copies of Royal Treatment out, and you can just and then you can just throw all 4 copies of Mossborn Hydra into the main. The rest is pretty much good to go.
You don't consider any answers to the Sapling Nursery, or do you think that's not going to be there for games 2 and 3?
So in most instances in the mirror, you are taking the Sapling Nurseries out.
Really?
So
there you go.
So on Simon's side of things, what we are going to largely look at doing is we're going to take all copies of Sapling Nursery out, probably can consider taking out the Web Strike Elites as well, and we are going to board in the additional copies of Mossborn Hydra. Could potentially look at putting in some copies of Meltstrider's Resolve, but the first things that are coming out are the Sapling Nurseries. They are just a bit cumbersome in the mirror because we saw how quickly that moved. I believe that was turn 5, and I did overhear some of the players saying, No, don't worry. Mono green landfall is always over by turn 5, and we are
Yeah.
holding true to that prediction. So the first things, like, we're going to balance these decks out quite a bit. Going to take out the mitigating factors like Surak and a Royal Treatment for
Yeah.
Ryan Johns-Lewis, and we're going to take out the sapling nurseries on Simon's side. This is going to be incredibly quick.
Tragic move for me on commentary and my narratives here, because the players, at least we have 2 different builds of mono green, but it seems like the sideboarding direction is for them to really kind of have convergent evolution, take out all of the distinguishing factors of their builds. It makes sense, though, because both players understand what is good in the mirror, and they're now both angling towards that. But, this is why we bring you in as the standard expert. I, as a mere play-by-play person, would have said, I don't think Sapling Nursery would be that bad in the matchup, right? You can cast it fairly quickly, the affinity for Forest, and the game shouldn't always end on turn 4, right? You'll have some time to get some 4/4 blockers out of that.
Look, you could. They are, in fact, 3/4 green tree
3/4
folk
blocks.
with reach.
My apologies.
But look, the additional reason you take them out is it's just too slow. You saw how quickly Mightform Harmonizer plus any amount of fetch lands just gets out of control, and especially with Escape Tunnel, making your creatures unblockable before you stack the doubling triggers if you've got a Harmonizer in play, it just spirals way too quickly. And what do you do if you just have... if it's unblockable, having a 3/4 with reach is really not going to do anything positive for you in that space.
Yeah, sometimes I guess it's just about what can you bring in as well. And if the matchup's moving that fast, then I agree. Having 4 copies of a 1-mana removal spell and Meltstrider's Resolve, even if you need to bring those in, just replacing the expensive slow thing with the fast interactive thing could get you over the line.
Now, look, I do like the inclusion of Archdruid's Charm in Simon's version. I think the fight is better. Like, the fight is going to be better, and having the counter on there really, really important. You can also go fetch up a land with it, so really dependent. There is a chance too that Ryan Johns-Lewis has taken the Meltstrider's Resolves out of the main.
Yeah.
We'll double check and see kind of how this all gets down. It's so interesting to see the differences between these 2 decks. You can see the Leatherhead is a nod to the Rakdos Monument and the Lessons decks that are in the format, and you can see that in the Webstrike Elite for Simon as well. Just different kinds of assessments going on between these 2 players. But here we go. We're going back into game number 2. Simon Linnebury up a game against Ryan Johns-Lewis. This is the Mono Green Landfall Mirror. If you're just joining us, this is the finals here at RC 11, Regional Championship 11 here in sunny Sydney, Australia.
Yeah, and look, even though Simon Linnebury is a very experienced competitor coming back from Modern after a nice relaxing coming back to Magic after a nice relaxing sabbatical, you can see that there, like, just showing you the trophy, just showing you a little bit of what you're playing for here on camera. That's a lovely little memento of the day if you happen to take out first place. But I think what might really be driving up the cortisol factor for these players is the fact that they're playing for an invite to Worlds. Simon can say, I've been to a Pro Tour before, that's no big beans for me. Well, a Worlds invite, I think, is enough to make anybody, his hand shakes a little bit as they're resolving their mulligans and really make you question or second-guess decisions that might otherwise be second nature. So we'll see whether or not any of these play. Well, I'm sure they won't make any massive gaffes, but we'll see whether or not the nerves, pick away at Simon a little bit as he attempts to close things out here and make it a fast 2-0 grand finals.
You can see the indomitable Riley Knight depositing those trophies onto the table. Ryan Johns-Lewis did take a mulligan on the play in this one, and they're going to go chicken into chicken.
That's the Chocobo matchup. They're two. Luckily, they just bash and they don't kill each other. Although immediately Ryan Johns-Lewis gives that chicken some teeth by playing out a land and immediately attacking. And this is once again pretty much as close to a optimal start as you could hope for. You could argue Llanowar Elves maybe is a better 1-drop, but I like the Chocobo immediately applying the pressure and getting creatures on board, helping to make sure you always have targets for triggers like the Harmonizer where you need an attacker.
I'd love to see, yes, I'd love to see the exact same thing from Simon, please.
Neck and neck.
And we have, this is truly what it means to play the mirror. If only they could just line up the Chocobos in front of the Chocobos, the Forest in front of the Forest, the Cubs in front of the Cubs, then we'd really have just mirror.
Staring match continues. Who will blink first? And now Ryan's turn again. What can he set Simon? Simon does not say. Ryan says Earthbender's Ascension. Will Simon counter with one of his own? But if they do keep playing like that, I mean, Ryan does have an advantage of going first, so Simon is in a way reacting to him.
The play draw disparity is incredibly real, especially in an aggressive style matchup like this. The player that gets to go first, as we can see, especially when counters matter, when mana matters, it's going to be so incredibly important to be on the play. That Chocobo is already a 3/4, and it can just eat straight in, and Meltstrider's Resolve is going to take out Simon's Badger Molca.
Well, we got those answers. At least they stayed in, and yeah, I think Mightform Harmonizer notably worse at blocking on the defensive. So Ryan takes maybe a decisive lead in this matchup by sniping that Cub, and it's going to really limit Simon's mana, right? You no longer have access to at least the Hardcast Harmonizer or the Ice Till this turn.
Little bit of a slower start for Simon. We're seeing what a slow start does. We saw it happen to Ryan Johns-Lewis in game 1, and the slow starts are just really devastating for mono green decks.
I mean, up until that point, it was exactly the same start as Ryan, but now Ryan has kind of made your start slow by ripping that cub out of your hands. I mean, I guess in the best case, if Simon plays out a second land, plays out a cub, you have already an Earthbent land in play, or you could get another 2 mana, maybe do something else, but you're already playing catch up, which is a terrible spot to be in. You can see that reflected in Simon's body language. He goes deep in the tank. He knows that it doesn't take long for a match like this to slip out of your hands. He has to find a great line now.
Look, there's a consideration if Simon has another Badgermole Cub in hand as well as a land. You could play a land, tap your already animated forest and a land for the Badgermole Cub, animate the non-animated, non-tapped land, and then you could cast another 2-drop.
Yeah.
And that could be the pattern that we're going for here. Landfall trigger onto the Saw's Chocobo. Instead, it's going to be a tap for 3. Is it Earthbender
Hydra?
Ascension?
I was about to ask you about this. Simon preempted me because I said one way that you could try and catch up in this sort of position is to, if your opponent's attack next turn isn't lethal, which you maybe just have to assume, how can you go over the top of them next turn? And this is the key card. It's kind of even more explosive than the other non-Hymenizer cards in the deck. So Simon's now saying to Ryan, look, if you don't kill me right now, you don't know what this Hydra's going to swing for next turn, but it's probably a lot.
Really interesting position to be in here now. We could tap. So we're going to Earthbend onto...
I mean, that's promising for Simon, right? That's a pretty inexplosive use of your mana.
Look, and this is just aggressive. The point is push damage because, as we saw in the previous game, unblockable, doubling the power toughness, it just gets out of hand so unbelievably quickly. And if you are on the front foot, if you are the beatdown, just run with it. There's no reason to hold back. You know that Simon is, there's no ability for an Archdruid Charm at instant speed. Can't Melt Strider's Resolve, an enchantment is not instant speed, doesn't have flash. Like, there's nothing that Simon can do right now.
It's like the part of a boxing match where both players drop gloves and they're just throwing hands at each other. Huge haymaker punches. No one's defending. No one's trying to represent anything. It's just like, how much damage can you do? I can do this much.
100%. Simon's going to trade his chicken in front of Ryan's very large chicken. Take 3, down to 11.
But I mean, that's crucially important, right? Because that Earthbender's Ascension on 3, we've seen before, like the kind of switch that gets flipped once this deck has access to that or another form of invasion like the escape tunnel. So Simon correctly identifying this might be the last chance for that Chocobo to really factor into combat maths in a meaningful way, making the block and preserving some life.
Another Mossborn Hydra. And now ordinarily, as I have said, this card is incredibly important.
What's the follow-up?
It's going to be another land at least.
And not just another land, but a fetch land as well. So this is really representing a lot of stats. The difference between that and missing a land drop is life and death, literally, for Simon Linnebury.
Could be really good to set up here. These Mossborn Hydras will go to 4. Ryan very generously going, don't worry, I know how this works, and setting them up to 4.
Allow me, sir.
Could be really exciting if there is a chance that Simon's hand has an Ice Till and explore it for next turn. There's a world in which those Hydras, with Trample already inbuilt, yes, Ryan has the Earthbender Ascension online, but if Simon's able to land an Ice Till Explorer next turn, this could be a really quick and easy 2-0 to Simon.
Ryan could very easily have the win right here, right? 2 cards left in hand is plenty enough fuel for this deck, but it depends what they are. We do need to see some landfall triggers. There's the first requirement met. So
now we're going to start giving something trample.
Yeah.
It is going to be the Earthbent land. Tap for 3, Earthbend onto. Huge, and this is going to be a really decisive swing. Simon is priced into blocking here.
Yeah, but maybe not completely lethal. We're not going to attack with the Cub because those Hydras are 4/4s and it'll eat it up, which means we are potentially considering doing it as well just to force as much damage as possible.
Look, we don't need the extra mana from the Earthbent lands anymore, just forcing everything across.
I would have assumed it was, just all in, right? Like, that's the kind of matchup this is. You kind of just got to send it.
Because this is already an attack for 13.
Ryan's like, it kind of doesn't make a difference, I think, for Ryan. So he's like, yeah, look, I'll leave the Badger at home. You can block these big things, and then we'll see how you recover from that.
Absolutely. Really decisive here. No choice but to block at least one creature. Favorably can block either of the Earthbent lands. They will come back and trigger the Saw's Chocobo and the Earthbender Ascension again. Less important post-combat, but still really relevant in making the decision here.
I mean, if it matters at all, it might be better to just, block the Chocobo, eat some damage and knock, because the Earthbender's Ascension trigger could technically grow that Cub, and that Cub is representing a block. Granted, the Hydras have Trample, but it still reduces the damage by a non-zero amount if you allow that Cub to grow. And make no mistake, Simon is going to be all in on the crackback here.
Will be really interesting if Simon chooses to double block here. The follow-up has to
Yeah.
be so incredibly significant. And we're going to double block onto one of the Earth-bent lands.
Okay. So
Down
get rid
to
of that.
2. Down to 1.
Yeah, just counts the damage out. The only point of life that matters, as Magic players are very fond of saying, is your last. Simon is going to test that theory.
It is down to 2.
Down
that
to
is
2,
correct.
okay, yeah, right.
I was like, there's no way we just went down to 1.
We figured out another point of life somewhere. Yeah, exactly. But here we are. The life totals, in a way, it's more like in a matchup like this, life total is a binary question. You either have it or you don't.
Yeah.
And
there is a harmonizer in hand. Is it too little,
warp it in.
too late? We're warping in the Might Form harmonizer.
Looking good. Now, is there obviously we would need some kind of land follow-up to that. Is there a fetch land? It's a normal basic forest.
Basic forest, we're going to
still
go
double.
up to 8.
And then the Hydra itself.
We'll double to 16 because Simon needs 23 damage.
Simon has a follow-up. Meldstrider's Resolve coming in on the forest. And he's going to trade it because it's Earthbent. That kills his own forest with a fight trigger. What a line from Simon Linnebury. He's pumped about that.
Holy moly. Congratulations, Simon Linnebury. You are going to Worlds. What an absolutely explosive finals here at Regional Championship 11.
Don't let anyone ever tell you that even a deck like this is like, oh, that's not a very high skill deck. I was like, what's the 1 mana ramp spell in this deck?
It's Meldstrider's Resolve.
Meldstrider's Resolve.
Trick question.
A 1 mana landfall trigger, getting Simon the 2-0 win there. That was a quick grand finals, but I am totally satisfied, Kira.
A huge congratulations again to Simon Linnebury, and a huge congratulations to our top 10 players here at Regional Championship 11. All of them are going and qualified for Pro Tour. Simon as well be heading off to Worlds representing the good old country of Australia. Very well done. Congratulations. What a way to wrap up the weekend.
I couldn't ask for a better representative, Kira. Yeah, congratulations to all our players.
Thank you guys so much for joining us today. We look forward to seeing you again in Adelaide for Regional Championship 12. Thank you so much and take care.